All right.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to tonight's meeting of the Finance Committee of the Board of Alders. We would ask folks please to take your seats so that we may begin. And I'll commence by reading the notice. Aldermanic Notice, New Haven. The Finance Committee will hold a public hearing on Thursday, April 11, 2024 at 6:00 p.m. in the Aldermanic Chambers, 165 Church Street, New Haven, to hear the following. Workshop to review portions of the annual city budgets proposed for the fiscal year commencing on July 1st, 2024. The following city departments will be heard. A, Economic Development. B, City Planning. C, Transportation, Traffic and Parking. D, Equal Opportunities. E, Office of Building and Inspection. F, Livable Cities Initiative. G, Board of Education. These items are filed with the city clerk and may be inspected at room 202, 200 Orange Street, New Haven. Per order, the Honorable Adam Marchand, Chair, attest Michael Smart, City Clerk. If you need a disability-related accommodation, please call 3 business days in advance at 946-7651 voice or 946-8582 TTY. Public comment or testimony may also be submitted via email to publictestimony@newhavenct.gov before 2 p.m. on the day of the meeting. We'll now have introduction of committee members, starting in my right.
Richard Furlow, Ward 27. Good evening, Mr. Chair.
Don Nicola, Ward 18.
Adam Marchand, Ward 25.
Sal Punza, Ward 17.
Honda Smith, Ward 30.
Anna Festa, Ward 10.
I would also like to recognize Alder Caroline Smith from Ward 9, who is here, as well as Alder Evelyn Rodriguez from Ward 4, who is here. Thank you both for being here this evening. Okay, well, you heard me read that really exciting notice that was published in the newspaper. But we're actually going to proceed in this slightly different sequence. We're going to move LCI to happen basically at the same time as the Economic Development Administration. My understanding is that they're basically presenting together. So other than that, we'll proceed in the order I just announced. That means that those of you who are here for the Board of Education, and why wouldn't you be? It's such an important part of our city government. You're going to wait for a little while because all the other departments will be before the Board of Ed. So maybe we'll say save the best for last, right? Board of Ed at the end of our sequence of workshops this evening. So without a couple of public service announcements. Some of you might remember the old days when we had little microphones and I would say, don't touch it. Well, we don't have those microphones anymore, thank the Lord. We have these microphones and they work extremely well. And tonight they seem to be well behaved. You can see that I don't need to be super close to it for it to work well. And it's preferable not to move the base if you need to adjust the arm. And when folks come forward, to give presentations, we would invite you to please take a seat and then give us your name and address for the record. For those of you who are from the public, thank you for being here. We're glad that you're here. Tonight is a workshop, so there's no public testimony this evening, but it is a public meeting, so folks are welcome to stay. Our next public hearing will be a week from tonight. That is our next and final public hearing related to the mayor's proposed budget for next year. If you have a cell phone, and who doesn't, make sure that it's going to be quiet for the meeting this evening. That means either turn it off or put it on silent mode. If you need to take a phone call or you would like to speak to someone here or somewhere else, please take that out into the hallway the acoustics are such that if you're having a conversation out there, it kind of interrupts us up here, and we don't want that. So, with all those announcements made, let us now proceed with the beginning with this Economic Development Administration, and I believe LCI is coming up as well. And we'll give you a moment to get settled and to pass out your papers. I would just remind colleagues that our fiscal analyst has prepared information that's in our packets in a very concise format, listing new positions and changes from one year to the next. So as much as the administration's presentation probably is fancier, the one in our packets gets right to the point. The extra up here.
All right, good evening, everyone. Michael Gormley, 45 Jefferson Road, Branford, Connecticut, City Budget Director.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Piscatelli. I'm the Economic Development Administrator for the city, and I reside at 353 Summit Street.
Good evening, everyone. Carlos Izaguirre. Too loud? Sorry. Usually I mess it up. Deputy Economic Development Administrator, 244 McKinley Avenue.
All right, thank you, Chair Marchand. What you have before you, which everyone has received a copy, is a copy of tonight's presentation for the Economic Development Administration, which includes the departments other than education that Chair Marchand read during the meeting. So we'd like to do this one a little bit differently, as you mentioned in the beginning, because there was some symmetry between EDA and LCI. We'd like to first start off the presentation with Mr. Piscatelli and Mr. Izaguirre giving just a brief overview of just the overall Economic Development Administration, and then going into Economic Development and LCI. So what I'll do is I'll turn it over to Mr. Piscatelli and Mr. Izaguirre.
Michael, thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, wanted to thank you for your time tonight. As you know, we're the Economic Development Administration, which is both the coordinating entity for 6 departments within our group, and also the Department of Economic Development. So that's 6 major groups of the city. We are 2% of the city's overall general fund budget. Very much appreciate your understanding that many of our staff leads, our department heads, actually have young children, and our original night was next week. Because of school vacation, you were kind enough to move us tonight. I just wanted to acknowledge that extra effort on your part to support us. Even though we are only 2% of the budget, I think you feel the impact of our work, and we work very hard to serve the interests of the city in terms of its economic and social well-being, as well as that sense of community and inclusion. We are now over 87,000 jobs in the center of the city. So a significant growth in major sectors here in New Haven, from healthcare and higher education. You know, for many years, we talked about the bioscience sector, but now in future years, you'll hear us talk about quantum technologies and innovation, and how important it is for us to connect our residents to these growing fields. We have 3,500 housing units in the pipeline, and a significant surge in overall population at 138,000. And you've heard the mayor speak quite a bit about the real opportunity to grow to 150,000 people here in the city. All of that, we believe, comes with great opportunity and promise for our residents, and many challenges. So first, we want to make sure that we talk a little bit in the broad approach. All of our departments coordinate together. So, you know, we may be organized individually, 724, 747, but we work together and in true alignment with your objectives. I mentioned our job statistics. We've actually led the state in economic growth now, 2020, 21, 22. That's helped on things like building permit revenue, but it's also created a sense of density and an economic opportunity right in the center of the city, and how important it is that your American Rescue Plan dollars are going to high skill and middle skill jobs. And I highlighted some of those on the screen. We've deployed about $2 to $2.5 billion in career pathways monies. And that's everything from digital technologies and coding to some bioscience work, manufacturing, construction. We're most proud of some of the graduates. You know, one that came out of our coding program got a job in an internship at Sony Studios, went to Los Angeles, and really has grown a career out of an 8-week cohort that was funded by this board. Likewise, we're really honored to be a recipient of one of the federal discretionary grants, which will enable the opening of a true bioscience classroom at 101 College Street. Our partners at New Haven Public Schools have informed us and really led us to great places through career pathways. We look forward to working on that over the course of the year. On public safety, what we have tried to do is align our grants, our neighborhood commercial grants, with safer streets. So 3 of them have come forward over the last couple of years: Grand Avenue, State Street, which is now under construction, and Whaley. So each of those, our team has worked very hard to pair an economic gain in a new building and new housing development with a safer roadway. And that's both proved to be resident with the people that are looking to give us some money to work on city streets, then also have the right impact. If you see State Street today, we're not seeing a real change in traffic, you know, in terms of like cars are getting backed up or anything, but it's going to be much safer for cyclists and pedestrians. Likewise, and very important to the board, we try to be responsive to something we've heard from you over the years. We now have bi-weekly tables set up on building code inspections and zoning inspections. So although we're a little short-staffed, what we've tried to do is organize ourselves in a way that we can be faster when you see an issue in the neighborhoods. There was something in Westville Center recently where, you know, we hadn't really heard about it firsthand, but because it was brought to our attention by the alders, by some neighbors, we got the right staff out there right away, and it was shut down. And I'm not so sure that happens without the guidance you gave us on building real tables where the staff meets regularly to be more efficient on those particular issues. So please call if you see something on the building or zoning side. We'll talk much more about affordable housing later in the conversation today, but since 2020, we have helped and supported over 1,200 affordable housing units here in the city. And often, and I think a real benefit to the work plan is it's not always just an affordable housing project. It's paired with a mixed use, mixed income development, which creates true community. On healthy and vibrant communities, it has been we've had a lot of self-reflection that we have not been to every neighborhood commercial district. And I say that, you know, recognizing we've been here a long time, and we don't feel we've had impact in places like Kimberly Square or at the intersection of, say, Farron and Ferry Streets or something like that. And we worked with the team with your American Rescue Plan support, and we'll be releasing a new playbook that supports our work in how to get out to the neighborhoods, meet with the business community, be responsive. We had 3 break-ins last night in 9 Square, but we knew the business owners, we were right out there, we were able to talk to everyone, settle a really urgent situation. And the playbook has helped us get organized in that regard. And so things like Kimberly Square, which we haven't really talked about much at this table, you'll hear more about in our work plan for this year. And on the environmental justice side, we had a great meeting last night in Mill River, and I really just with a lot of gratitude that alders who attended, Alder Respo, Alder Miller, and Alder Smith, talking about all the growth of the Mill River, and yet we're still seeing a ton of really aggressive adverse environmental impacts. So we got the first step going on how to deal with that and really create a mixed use environment. It's paired nicely with the brownfield grants that the city has been awarded. The CSEP committee and CD, I think, see those most regularly. We, over the past few years, landed $12 million in brownfield cleanup grants from the state. 3 in every 4 of those dollars has supported affordable housing. So it's a jobs program. Great jobs are coming out of that program, but at the same time, it's helping close the gap on affordable housing projects. So I share these with you as just maybe examples of where our entire team works together and why it's really important as we talk about the mayor's proposed reorganization of LCI and economic development, that we continue to further that collaboration. Otherwise, just the sheer volume of work is going to seize us up and we won't be able to capture a lot of the opportunity I had just mentioned.
While you turn your page, Mr. Piscatelli, let me just take a moment to recognize our colleagues, Alder Walker-Myers, who has joined us, Alder Hamilton, who has joined us. I also want to recognize Alder Carmen Rodriguez, who has also joined us. Thank you.
Thank you. If you've been out to the, mayor's been doing some roadshows to talk about the proposed budget, and there's an arc of different themes in the budget, which Michael Gorman has talked about as well at this table in various presentations. Ones that really matter on our side of the house is expanding our capacity and reach of the work. And there are two areas of focus. One is on housing code, rental licensing, the codes and standards side of LCI. And the other, as I mentioned, is supporting the growth of affordable housing and housing generally in the city. You know, when I said it earlier, 3,500 housing units, there's a lot of work behind 3,500 housing units. The project 58 units at State and Chapel Street has subsumed two of our staffers almost all week to make sure all the closing documents are organized, the building permits are released, the traffic safety plan is in place, supportive housing, what the mortgage is, because you've put money into this project. It's hard to describe how an affordable housing project takes so much time and effort, and couple that with the need to really stabilize our existing housing stock. It is a lot. And on the next couple of slides, they give you just some driving indicators as to why we feel it's important to expand capacity and focus those work efforts. This chart on page 6 shows the number of housing permits issued by town in the state of Connecticut. And it's aggregated since 2020, so this is sort of a post-pandemic chart, if you will. If this chart was pre-pandemic, you know, Stamford would be running laps around New Haven and all the other cities. Stamford was the place where a lot of the housing was being built. And you could see a chart like this, the pressure and the work effort that it puts on the building department, city plan, are traditional departments that deal with the permitting. What we're seeing now, and particularly due to our own focus on this, is the need for affordable housing is driving a whole third lane of work, which is on our gap financing and affordable housing programs like HOME, CDBG, ARP, any of the programs that we support are now finding their way into this chart, which is a really good thing, but it puts some pressure on the staff, if you will. So 16 Miller Street, 10 Liberty, which is coming before you in a couple of weeks, Winchester, these are all examples of post-pandemic additional opportunity, but at the same time, a ton of LCI time on top of Bob Dylan, on top of maybe Laura Brown from the past. Likewise, and you've heard this in other meetings and other settings, I'm sure from many of your residents, the quality of the existing housing stock in New Haven. The housing is getting older. Many of the homes that were built during the industrial era, you know, turn of the century, turn of the 20th century, are now over 100 years old. And you marry that with the number of people who rent in the city, almost 70% of the city's residents, the age of the housing stock, some of the challenges, quite frankly, that we have with landlords puts pressure on our housing code division, of which we have 13 exceptionally good housing code inspectors. They will get up in the middle of the night if there's no heat complaint. They have been up through weekends to support things like no elevator at Bella Vista. Through our Levia's leadership at LCI, the number of inspections is up 66%. So the trend line to focus on the quality of housing is going in the right direction. But look at the challenge ahead of us when almost 3/4 of our rental units still are not licensed, right? We're not in these units, they're not licensed. We don't have a continuum through to compliance with maybe legal or administrative staff such that we can reach so many people. And sometimes you might have a complaint or someone from the tenants union that comes here. We haven't been in that unit yet. And this is a really important moment for us to focus on the codes and standards side of the work. So the page 8 will show you a bit of what the proposal is in terms of staffing. LCI, under this proposal, would narrow focus to codes and standards, anti-blight, housing code, and rental licensing inspections. Today, we have 13 inspectors and 4 people focused on the administrative side. So helping the inspectors get out in the field, dealing with compliance on the back end, possibly even taking something to court. Those have been written up on paper periodically when people have to go to court. And that is covering just that small sliver of the units that I mentioned on the prior slide. In the new proposal, we are proposing to add a total of 6, which is 5 new inspectors, and then administrative staff to support. So it's a 41% increase in capacity. We will have 6 people on the admin side, and then 18 total inspectors. And that's for housing code and rental licensing. No change to anti-blight, which, as you know, is the neighborhood specialist line by and large. It still will not get us all the way home. I think we recognize that. But by pairing, say, an additional lawyer, it will take the pressure off the inspection line to focus on the work. We're building in new technologies with the BoA systems, so everyone's going to have a tablet to work on, which will take a little bit of pressure on the administrative back end and give us legal capacity to get through full compliance.
As you turn the page, let me ask you to pause for a moment. I'd like to recognize our colleague Alder Hurt, member of the committee who's joined us, and also our Alder Brittany Mabry Matlack, who's also joined us. Thank you, colleagues. Please continue.
Yep, thank you. The second part of LCI's work, and as I mentioned, the volume on the housing, the affordable housing side, is in delivery. So this is a group, by and large, led by Kathy Schroeder today, that deals with home, CDBG, neighborhood housing services, any of the gap financing programs. All of that exceptional work will be consolidated in one new division, and there will be a deputy administrator in charge of that division, almost like the way the controller's office is set up, where you might have a tax collector's department, or there's a pension department, or something like that. That's how this group will function. So it doesn't get its own code number like 721 or 722, largely because the back office support is within economic development, same accountants and lawyers. But there will be a deputy administrator and about 13 staff people who will be working under this new group, solely focused to get up every day on the delivery of new housing. Then the other group that we're going to really put some focused attention on is neighborhood commercial. So we have a program today called Leasehold Improvement, which is an LCI. We have a program in economic development, which is called facades. Often, they go out separately to deal with our customer. And it's something we've really wanted to work on for some time, which is to put the customer in the middle of that space. And we bring the programs in some totality to assist our customers to find the best way home. And that neighborhood commercial group, I think, will really serve our small businesses much better, sort of separated a little bit from the everyday codes and standards of LCI or the everyday work of economic development to really get out into the neighborhood commercial districts. The following 2 pages, 10 and 11, circle, sort of big picture, 5 governing pods. 2 which would be under 747, Livable City Initiative. The first one is housing code, which is your traditional housing code, rental licensing, and Section 8 functions. Then the neighborhood services function, which is anti-blight, your neighborhood specialist going to the management teams, and relocation in the event of a relocation, say, due to a fire or an incident in the neighborhoods. And then on page 11 are the 3 pods that would be categorized in your budget under 724 economic development. The housing group, which I mentioned earlier, the economic development group, which is traditional business services, and then arts, culture, and tourism. So think of it as 2 departments, but 5 functioning pods that will be with you every day in those topical areas. So with that, I'll pause because it's a lot. We typically bring initiatives. We don't typically bring reorganization to you. And we can answer any immediate questions on that, but then we're going to turn it over to the staff to talk a little bit about both the work that's been accomplished this year within these pods and where we're going and like to go in 2024.
Thank you, Ms. Catelli. At this point, if colleagues have questions to clarify anything that Mr. Piscatelli has presented us, now would be a good time to ask them. But I think broader questions about LCI, for example, we might want to hear more of the programmatic update as well. So at this point, just a quick pause to see if there's anything that we didn't understand in what was presented so far. Seeing none, let's proceed. And I see that our director of LCI has joined us as well.
And we'll welcome all of our department heads to the table if it works for you, Mr. Chair, and then we'll go through each of those divisions.
So before everybody comes up, I think we're talking about just EDA and LCI, so not city plan. I don't know about cultural affairs if you're separately
I
listed.
think I'm included.
One of the five pods.
One of the five.
Okay.
So TTMP, you'll have your own moment. OBIE, you'll have your own moment. City planner, you'll have your own moment. So we're glad you're here, but don't come up yet. All right, and let's do another round of names and introductions and addresses.
Good evening, all. There's Stephen Fontana, Deputy Director of Economic Development. I reside at 23 Angel Place in North Haven.
Kathy Graves, Deputy Director, Economic Development, 257 Stevenson Road.
Olivia Samuel, LCI, 95 Anthony Street, New Haven.
Adrian Jefferson, Director of Cultural Affairs, 539 Middletown Avenue, New Haven.
Okay.
Let's start to the left and we'll work our way.
Sounds great.
Thank you, Mike, very much. Good evening, all. It's good to see all of you in person. I supervise the Office of Business Development subgroup that Mike was describing in business services. And I prepared 2 slides in your packet. One is just full of pictures, so it goes by very quickly. Essentially, what you see on this slide is a portfolio of pictures, if you will, from the past fiscal year. So you get to see everything from groundbreaking, ribbon cuttings, other events, ranging from restaurants to new construction, just sort of the range of kind of the exciting opportunities that we've brought to the city over the past year or so. And obviously, I think you all appreciate, and we all appreciate your support for our efforts. We hope that you're feeling as well that the city is really moving forward and doing well, and it's sort of firing on all cylinders, if you will. Mike talked about the housing that's being built, all of the small businesses that are being created, and new restaurants that are opening up. But also, I can tell you there's a huge amount of industrial commercial interest in the city as well. So it's interesting and great to have such a diversified and vibrant economy moving forward. On the next page, I just offer you some of the highlights from this past fiscal year, some of the things we're working on moving forward. I won't read the slide to you, but essentially it breaks things up in certain buckets, if you will. So we talk about some of the mixed use and residential development that has been going on and is continuing to go on. I dare say we will, and I'll let Mike and Bob Dillon speak to this.
Would you just tell us quickly what the slide number is?
Oh, I apologize. Number 18.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you all. So we have a huge number of residential multifamily units being built, a huge number that are set to deliver this year, and as Mike indicated, a huge number in the pipeline. So it really is a tremendous time for us as a city in terms of trying to address the need for housing in all neighborhoods of all kinds for people. But beyond that, we continue to see, as I said, a lot of industrial commercial development. The biotech demand remains very strong. In addition, we have sort of what I would call more of the garden variety industrial commercial, warehousing, distribution, small and advanced manufacturing. Some exciting things are actually happening there, and hopefully we'll have some results to share with you in the near future. Beyond that, the 2024 projects go into some of the same things along the same lines that are moving forward. We look forward to Ancora hopefully getting started this fall or summer. This would be the newest biotech building, but as Mike indicated, we have a number of companies coming out of Climate Haven and other places that are looking to move forward in those new technologies and those new industries of the future. So it's really an exciting time for us in our department. Finally, just talk about the infrastructural things going on. Again, Mike will speak to more of that about the station and Long Wharf, but it's really a tremendous time in terms of investment interest in New Haven, in terms of laying the groundwork, I think, for the next decade or two. And we've got opportunities that we continue to pursue that we, again, will think all of you will be very proud of. So, and your constituents will be proud of. So again, thank you for your support. I look forward to answering any questions you have, but it's a very promising time for the city. I'll turn it over to Kathy.
Ms. Graves.
Good evening. I'm going to start out by saying how much I appreciate your ongoing support of the Small Business Initiative, and I'm just going to share with you a few highlights. DNA of an Entrepreneur, as you know, is one of our premier programs where we help start businesses, grow businesses, help businesses stay in business, they provide technical assistance, etc. Last year, we graduated FY23, 51. This year, we're on target to graduate 60. We have served to date through 3/31, 217 clients. We've retained 97 jobs, and we have started 74 new jobs, and that's fiscal year to date. Primarily, we are serving clients. 70% are extremely low income, and we are helping them start businesses, so we're proud of that. The remaining 30 is pretty much moderate income. As you know, we have a holiday village every year, the Christmas season, and we had 17 businesses participate in December. We hope to have more. Our kiosks were pretty much destroyed in last season's storm. We have a few left, but we did use a large tent. We have our ongoing support of the Goldman Sachs Small Business Program. We have a workshop with them every month, which has proven to be quite successful. We started a partnership with Community Foundation of Greater New Haven, and it's called an NHE3 program. It's the New Haven Entrepreneurial Support Program. We, the city, contributed $1.5 million to that program. The DECD contributed $7.2 million. Now, out of that program, since inception in January of 23, we have been able to fund 86 small businesses for a total of $566,000. So we're happy about that. Looking ahead, as you know, we went virtual. We had to pivot it to virtual for our classes. Effective last month, we started holding our classes at Southern Connecticut Institute Business School, and we're happy for that partnership. It's going to be ongoing. We're starting a partnership this summer with the UNH, where we will place 2 interns with 2 of our small businesses, and they will be paid internships from the school to assist in the back office or whatever support any of our small businesses may need. We've identified 2. We continue to look into procurement opportunities for our small businesses. And when I say small businesses, 3 to 5 years in business, so that they can go out and participate in larger procurement programs. And once again, we are supporting cannabis. As you know, we awarded 5 licenses. We have one that's operating, Affinity on Willie Avenue. We hope the second one will open toward the end of this month, and that's INSA, and the other three are still in their fundraising mode. So once again, thank you for your support, your ongoing support.
Thank you.
I didn't think you did it earlier. I'm sorry.
Start with the executive page. Just a second.
The goals and initiatives for LCI for 2025 is for all residents to thrive in safe and stable housing in neighborhoods, and the following objectives are being proposed. Landlord certification classes to continue to train property owners how to be responsible landlords, as well as health and safety protocols required to keep your tenants and property safe. Continue with the completion of timely enforcement of residential licensing for increased compliance, which has been increasing year over year. Complete and timely enforcement of housing code violations for quicker repairs and resolutions. Complete and timely enforcement of blight violations for property maintenance and care. Continuation and stabilization of neighborhoods through our property maintenance division, code enforcement, and blight efforts. And to continue doing this, I believe we're requesting an additional 5 inspectors and administrative assistant and attorney for LCR. In addition, there's an emphasis on the continuity of department programs and central services, which we conduct under the administrative services program, our division. We'll continue focusing on our ERAP down payment assistance security deposit programs, affordable home ownership development, and gap financing as well. And we'll be looking to attract and retain quality investments in the city, develop local jobs and businesses, and continue to provide revitalization efforts to the neighborhoods.
Thank you very much. Moving along, Ms. Jefferson, I think you're next.
Yes, hello. Thank you again for all of your support that you have given the Department of Cultural Affairs over the years. Your support has allowed us to really grow this department, and I feel like to be able to really make a true connection with our community and our wraparound services. The goal for the years looking forward, as we're looking at trajectory, we're really looking at how do we sustain everything that we have developed. We have done a lot through cultural equity. Of course, you all know about the cultural equity plan, and people want to know, is it working? So what we are doing right now is working on making sure we have the data to tell the story of the impact of cultural equity. We have a cultural equity impact report that's going to release this spring, and it is going to show all of the programs that we have done over the last 4 years, who has been served and who hasn't been served. You know, what is the work that we need to continue to do? We recently took part in the AEP study, which is the Arts and Economic Prosperity Study.
I'm going to interrupt you just one moment. Are we on page 21?
I am not sure.
22. 22. I saw some colleagues.
Yeah, my page is a little different, but okay.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah, the numbers are.
Yeah, mine is
She's got a
separate.
breakdown.
Gotcha.
But so yeah, we recently took part in a study that is conducted by Americans for the Arts. 356 cities all across the country take part in the study, and New Haven never took part in the study. We used to have Greater New Haven that would get the data, but the Greater New Haven area doesn't tell the specific information about arts and culture economics, and I really felt like we needed to participate so that we can show, again, the benefit of cultural equity, not just from it's a nice thing, but it's a necessary thing economically. What we found in that study from 68 arts organizations that participated in the study is that we gross $143 million just from the 68 arts organization, nonprofit organizations in this city. That's not even reflective of all of the cultural assets and all of the cultural entities that did not participate in the study, and it's not reflective of our gig economy. When we include that, we are looking at millions of dollars of contribution in the city of New Haven. And so again, what we're doing through this impact study, which you will get a copy of, and the AEP information, is telling our story, our narrative through data a little bit better so that we can advocate more for the work that the arts and culture does. More specifically for programs that we have been able to do and that we hope we'll be able to continue to do and that will grow is our Black Wall Street Festival. The Black Wall Street Festival, I mean, the growth has just been incredible. The first year that we did the Black Wall Street Festival was in 2022 in Temple Plaza with 1,000 or so people, 35 Black business vendors. Last year, 7,000 people in the green, 150 Black business owners, many of them creative businesses. What this shows us, and we couldn't even at that time meet the demand for everybody that wanted to participate. What this tells us is there is a large demand for this type of programming. And also what we learned from the people who traveled here to see the Black Wall Street Festival, to take part in it, is that there is a place for equitable cultural tourism. And that just because you are doing diversity and equity and inclusion, it doesn't mean that you are losing the foot traffic that comes along with tourism. So we are going to focus on increasing programs like this that are equitable tourist attractions that are giving people a niche experience into the community and that are really is really reflective of the community. This year, Black Wall Street Festival is going to be a week long. The festival itself is going to take place on August 17th, but the entire week, August 11th through August 18th, we'll have fashion shows, we will have Black film screenings, we will have a investment summit, I mean, just on and on, wraparound programming to really make sure we're telling the historical aspect of what Black Wall Streets actually are. We're gonna continue to do that in partnership with the Breed Entertainment. We also are in September working towards a really big event with the State of Connecticut Office of the Arts on something called Creative University. Creative University is gonna be like a 2-day summit filled with different creative entrepreneur endeavors, and the city is hosting them. So we'll be the host city, and we also are gonna run the Creative Workforce Initiative Summit, which is gonna be an arts and entertainment career fair day. And then it's also gonna be followed up by a track where people can learn more on how you can get included in the pipeline of getting a job in arts and entertainment, specifically in the city of New Haven. We are going to do our Unapologetically Radical Conference, which will be our 3rd one. Some of you might remember we actually did it during the pandemic when our programming had to be online. So we had guest speakers like Tamika Mallory, national, renowned activist who was talking about ways in which we can use the art to activate civic engagement and change and social justice in the arts. And so really the idea of this conference is that it matches with hip hop and pop culture, but we're activating community to talk about change in our neighborhoods. And so this year it's gonna be in person. And we're really, really excited about having a hybrid event that will be both filmed and then streamed later, but also for people to be able to engage in civic engagement through the arts. And that's gonna take place in September. One thing I'm really, really excited about is the activation of City Hall. So a lot of times people come into City Hall and they're like, oh, I gotta pay my taxes, but we wanna make City Hall inviting and fun. And so we are going to be doing new exhibits, call for curators to exhibit in City Hall, but also events to happen, having musicians here to play, and also being able to have our artist in residence, Charmant Little, who is our new poet laureate, to do his City Flow series, which we're really honored that we have, a poet laureate that is really reflective of this community, and the work he is doing in residence is really groundbreaking. We are also doing, through the leadership of Kim Frutrell, Mural Arts Registry, and also a apprentice program where professional muralists are going to partner with emerging artists to learn how to create large-scale murals. And we're excited about that and that partnership with the Yale Climate Program. And then lastly, I would say one of the biggest transitions for our office is we are going to now be taking part in a lot of the activation and oversight of the Canal Dock Boat House, marketing the boat house so that people know it's here, you can rent it, you can do cultural events, you can do activities, and making sure that it's accessible because a lot of people still don't know. So we've actually already begun that work through the partnership with the Longworth Theater, through some of the work that Breed Entertainment has done with their playlist events, I mean, and on and on and on. So those are some of our highlights for what we're looking ahead at for this year.
Thank you for that presentation. I think we are 4 out of 5 pods so far. And before we move to the next one, I want to recognize our colleague, Jeanette Morrison, Alder of the 22nd Ward, who has joined us. Continuing.
Thank you, Alders. I don't have, I think we sort of covered most of what's there, but I would just say, I would just add a little bit, I think, maybe didn't get covered here, is just how much we're also leveraging, you know, we're talking about the general fund generally, but how much we're leveraging the general fund dollars in other funding awards from this, specifically from the state and the federal government. We've leveraged, and so sort of using the money that we're granted every year from the city budget. We've won over $29 million in grants for EDA projects alone. So that encompasses Grand Avenue, Mill River, Whaley Avenue, the Gateway Community College site, Longworth Park, which a lot of these are partnerships with our engineering department because they have an infrastructure component, the Armory, and State and George, which Steve talked about earlier, which will be going to RFP for residential development. Or actually, it's ready went out for RFQ for residential development, and we'll be bringing an LDA to you guys later this year for your, we hope to get your approval for a project that works for all of our residents. So I would just add a little, we also acquired the Days Inn Hotel using ARPA funds earlier this year, and that was a very quick turnaround to help the most vulnerable members of our population. Similarly, through the Urban Act, so that's state funding, not ARPA funding, we're rolling out the land bank, which I know you guys have been very involved in, and your approvals have been required for that as well. So I would just talk a little bit about, you know, the leveraging of the existing dollars that we're turning into new money from other sources. Thanks.
Thank you.
Alders, very much wanted to thank you for the time. Had we, you know, more seats at the table, you would have seen the full totality of all the departments working together. But it's a lot, right? You know, for us to do both the reorganization, to Carlos's point, bring in a lot of outside money to leverage the 2% of the general fund and do it in a manner consistent with the Alders governing mission. We very much appreciate and are honored to be part of this journey with you. Just close that we do have actually 2 operating subsidies. We still have a bunch, right? I mean, the airport, all these operating subsidies. There are 2 that we're hopeful you will continue in this year's budget. One, to Adrian's point, and quite frankly, the directive of the Board of Alders to make sure we stabilize the financing at the boathouse. The $75,000 contribution that you would make in an operating contribution in the 404 line is paired with UNH. The University of New Haven has finally built out their space. They've been issued their certificate of occupancy. They're paying rent. So it's three parts to the stool: the operating subsidy, UNH, which is about $80,000 that will generate in revenue, plus what Adrian's doing on just the regular run of rental fees. We have every confidence we'll stabilize that budget and won't put any additional burden on the taxpayer. And then the other line is the Visit New Haven line, which is to really identify ways that the Avelo service at the Union Station Group can bring tourism traffic to New Haven, support our workers, particularly in the hotels and in the restaurant space, the visitors to our city. And people didn't pick up on it. The 2 new flights, St. Louis and Houston, on the Avelo service, half of those passengers are originating in those cities. So 50% Houston coming to New Haven, 50% New Haven going to Houston. And that's a lot different than the Florida service, which is, you know, we're all going on vacation to Florida. This is great economically, and we have a real responsibility to promote the Black Wall Street Festival, promote pizza, promote Next Haven from places and people that can come here and spend money and really support the hotel sector in particular, which was particularly dented through the pandemic. So we'll pause there because we have a whole bunch of other departments and then still public schools for you, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, everybody, for your presentations. We will now move to questions from committee. Just a quick reminder to colleagues that we've covered, the staff here covered quite a bit of ground, general economic development, tracking enterprises here, developing entrepreneurs within our own ranks, dealing with housing development, inspections and quality of life enforcement, identified enforcement, cultural affairs. So there's a lot that we could be asking about. And so the queue is open for colleagues who have questions. Who would like to go first?
Mr. Chair,
Alder Festa.
just a request, can we go through the, I guess it would be page 14, which is the budget changes for LCI, the 5 positions, any changes that we need to, we usually hear, I guess we usually hear from Mike Gormany about the changes in each department, and I'm wondering if we should review that as well.
If that's your request for someone here, it could be our budget director, it could be our EDA administrator, to go through that information. I think it was touched upon, but it wouldn't hurt to go through it again. Perhaps Mr. Gorman is going to do that for us.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think you've covered a lot, the group has covered a lot of great information, and really it starts on page 12, which is really a lot of the changes within the budget. The general, and even though this slide is titled General Fund Budget Changes to Economic Development and LCI, we did add the special fund positions in there because, as Mr. Piscatelli highlighted, how important they were in the beginning of the presentation. But looking at LCI, again, economic development, you have a lot of the personnel changes that we've seen in a lot of the budget presentations with the general wage increases. And I apologize, slide 12 if I didn't mention it. But you have a lot of the general wage increases, which is 3% based on the makeup of both LCI and economic development. So that is incorporated within the budget. As you've heard through Mr. Piscatelli in the group, and prior, we are adding 5 housing code inspectors, an attorney, and an administrative assistant within the special fund section of LCI as well. Mr. Piscatelli in the beginning highlighted we are adding the Deputy Economic Development Administrator to oversee the housing initiative that was highlighted earlier in the presentation. We did transfer 1 position to work on that Housing and Community Development Initiative from LCI to align with the goals and initiatives that were outlined within this project. And I think you heard all the great work that Ms. Jefferson and her department are doing as well. And we do have a retitled position within her department as well to help elevate the work that they're doing within her department. So again, that's retitling a current position. It's not a new position within the department. On the non-personnel side, there weren't a whole lot of changes. Again, it's very small compared to the different changes within the budget. But the largest change within non-personnel is really when we added the housing and community development division within economic development. We did add a small non-personnel budget to help them get started. Slide 13 and 14 kind of just outline those changes. Again, the economic development budget is changing by $359,000 in the general fund, which kind of outlines those personnel changes and the non-personnel changes. And LCI is decreasing by $56,164 within their budget, which is on slide 14. Again, both departments also, especially within LCI, have a significant amount of grants and other funding that they get as well to sustain the actual department. So with that, Mr. Chair, I think that covers all the changes within the general fund budget.
Thank you, Mr. Gorman. I also would like to point colleagues' attention to the back page of the first, the verso of the first page in our packet that Dawn prepared, which also summarizes the budget changes in economic development. LCI is second to last slide in the packet provided by our staff, so that information is also there. But thank you, Mr. Gormley, for going through it. That was helpful. The queue is open for questions from colleagues. Alder Hunter-Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on what criteria does the administration feel that it's time to reorganize LCI?
So there are two driving indicators. I shared just a top level summary earlier. The first is the significant growth and demand for more housing at all income levels, but particularly at affordable levels, 60, 50, 30, and 30% of the area of median income. That additional workload is beyond our current capacity, quite frankly, to support. It had already been putting stress on us from last fiscal year on the building inspection side or city plan department. That has now expanded into LCI and somewhat to economic development, simply because an affordable housing project requires, and we feel strongly that we should support the additional administrative, gap financing efforts, grant applications, brownfields, in order to get these projects off the ground. So that's on the housing delivery side. On the code enforcement side, there are two driving influences. The first is a frustration that we've heard from the department, which is we're doing a great job in the field. We're doing great inspections. But then there's a tail to that, which is compliance, where we've got to go to court, say on a housing code complaint, bring it all the way to the courthouse in order to effect compliance and to get some sense of restitution for the tenant. Or on the rental licensing side, where quite frankly, we're chasing to get people into the program, get them licensed into the program so that we have a health, safety and welfare check every 2-3 years in that particular unit. So extremely important parts of the work. And by creating distinct operating pods, each of those two groups gets up every day only focused on that. And the example I gave you earlier about the Beacon housing project, that's a lot of work. And that could seize up your director's time, your deputy director's time, certainly your attorneys. And what gets put to the sideline? The housing code complaint, because we've got to get this project closed this week. So this will give everyone a sense that everything is moving together. And I'll let Arlevia talk a little bit about that point of the pipeline, right? We have an inspector, does a great job, and then it all, might not get all the way to compliance if we don't have enough admin support. We don't have a lawyer that's ready and available to go and scurry over to the courthouse to make sure we're there and present when the docket item is heard.
Before Ms. Samuel speak, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Alder Smith.
I heard you talk about if you don't have enough admin. Wouldn't it be feasible if we just add the admin to what we currently have to make it work instead of starting a whole new department, putting the burden on the taxpayers and just fixing the problem that we currently have to make them whole, so that these things in which that you have mentioned that was not being answered by the residents or not able to do the inspection, to just say we need more admin and add it to that versus starting a whole new department.
So we answer that in two ways. The first, moving outside our space a little bit. So what you just described is a little bit of sort of the effort that we did with Parks and Public Works and try to mash it all together, make it bigger, add admin, add this, add that. But at the end of the day, a park is not a street. And we struggled with it. I think there's probably other presentations that speak to why we felt there needed to be a group that was expanding capacity in dealing with parks and expanding capacity in dealing with streets. And that's kind of the same theory here, which is a gap financing for an affordable housing project is a lot different than stabilizing a unit where someone may literally walk in the front door. This happened to me the other day, just happened to be in the building. And our deputy code inspector, Javi, who works for Mark Stroud, he's like, the basement was half full of water. And you just stop and you pause and you realize how much effort goes into dealing with that. And then all of the extra effort, you need the department heads focused attention, you need the deputies focused attention, and to your point, you need the admin support all the way through. So with the system as proposed, everyone's gonna have a tablet in the field, which takes some pressure off the admins. We're adding admin staff in the office. And very importantly, we're adding capacity in corp counsel. So if one lawyer is working on a closing, the other one's writing up the orders to deal with. I mean, it struck me when he walked in, and it's kind of a matter of fact to them, they see it all the time. The basement is half full of water. And that's a huge issue for the people that are dealing with that.
Mr. Chairman, once again, I'm very familiar. Thank you, sir. I'm very familiar with all of that and how the system works, as you know. I want to know if you were to add an attorney to LCI housing code inspectors instead of creating a new position, will that help that department to put a function to its fullness?
Yeah, so the proposal does include a new assistant corporation counsel. It's a big part of the proposal here is to add legal capacity.
To the new proposal, for what I'm stating that if we add it to the current, which we have now, will that help also instead of creating a whole new department?
Arguably, we would throw resource at it, but not necessarily solve the organizational side of it, which is everyone in that group is going to be mission driven around codes and standards. And it's a very important part of the governing approach here. We can kind of go through different, management models and that sort of piece, but the fundamental of codes and standards and new projects is just very different types of work. Projects take a long time. The wings are further along. Codes and standards, you get something done every day and you get great satisfaction about it. It's just a little bit different approach.
Can I ask one more before we turn?
You do have, of course, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is federal money involved with some of the housing code inspectors that's currently working for LCI now? And what happens to that money if you create the new position? Can that money change over, or is it been allocated for a particular program? I believe it's the homesteading program or some sort.
Homesteading
Agency. Will that money that comes from the feds for those positions, I believe you have 57, 53 people that are under that?
43 employees are special funds under that, and 10 are general funds.
Are you able to move this particular money that's coming from the federal, which is money that's given, where we don't have to burden the taxpayers, over to the new positions? Or is it basically been specified that it has to stay within LCI? Because I believe that's what it was allocated for. Can you please correct me if I'm wrong?
So you'll see that so the funding follows the use, right? So as long as the group of people that Arlevia just described is working within the federal rubric, addressing slum, blight, housing conditions, that rubric of federal eligibility, which department administers it is a vote that this board takes. And it's part of the order, I think, that Ron Gizzi puts together as part of the special fund budget.
So it would take on the new name, or is it under the name of Livable City Initiative?
So the federal funding that you're referring to is, I think there's a couple of pots of federal funding, but yes. So with the new department, that was one of the things that was looked at as far as the duties and responsibilities. I think, the housing, the code and enforcement piece is still in LCI. So again, that's where what the federal money was used for prior. So as long as we're continuing down that path of the narrative of what our funding is, then yes, you can still use it.
Will the housing authority, the Section 8 funding, go over to the new organization within the department that they're trying to change to, or do that have to stay under
I believe the Section 8 piece is still under LCI. So I believe the piece that moved out of LCI was really the housing piece, the affordable housing piece into economic development. But the code inspection, Section 8, residential licensing, all of that stayed within LCI.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to go with that for a second.
Thank you, Alder Smith, for those questions. Next on the queue is Alder Walker Myers, and after that, the queue is open.
Okay, I'm ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question is, I heard you talk about the inspectors and the new program that we're trying to put together. Where are we with that program? So that they can have the tablets and we can insert the information. Is it compatible or not? And or second question, second part to the question is, are we looking for a different service to use? If not.
I'll go first, and then Arlevia is going to give you a more granular understanding of it. I think a few months ago, we were seriously weighing whether or not it was going to work under the BOG system that we've been working on. I think our level of confidence is going up, in part with a new GIS analyst that this board approved for LCI to really build capacity to build it out. It's taken a lot longer than we had anticipated. We were actually got up to bring the example to you tonight for this thing. It's not ready yet. And you can express either emotional or technical reasons for that.
The inspectors all currently have tablets. They've had tablets. The problem is the software program, BOG, that we're trying to transfer to, their app does not function on their tablets or our phones, either the iPhones or the Android. So it's an issue with their app that they're trying to work on and fix. So once that is fixed, if everything is running perfectly, the inspectors will be able to conduct their inspections in real time, have the tenant or the owner sign off on the inspection before they leave the unit and email them a copy of it. But that's not perfected just yet.
So the second part to my question is, we've been working on it for a while. Are we looking at other options? Other systems, other software?
Not yet. The mayor really wants BOG to work.
Okay. And then my next question is with the inspectors, right now in our housing stock and what we need, how many inspections are the 13, I think you said, inspectors responsible for right now?
Approximately a little over 3,000 each a year.
3,000 each a year. Okay. So that breaks down to approximately how many inspections per inspector with 365 days out of the year. And I know they only work on working days, right? I hope. So that breaks down to like 200 and something. So about approximately how much, because I'm doing this rough math.
Well, the difference is both housing code and Section 8, they're scheduled for 8 inspections a day. But residential license, they can do up to 50 inspections in a day because it's all in one building.
Okay. And then my last question, I guess, so it goes to, I don't know whoever want to answer it, I probably already know the answer. If the software that we are trying to use that will make the department more efficient and effective is not working, why aren't we looking for a different type of software when we have other software that we use in different parts of the city and different departments? Why aren't we trying those, the different softwares that we already use other than BOG, to see whether those, whether that software is compatible? I don't know who could, I guess, Mike, that would be to you, or I don't know.
We're currently using Municity, which is not efficient, which is why we started trying to venture into BOG, because that was supposed to be the new superstar software. I did ask about looking into the software that the police department utilizes, but right now we're supposed to figure out BOG first.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Walker Myers. Next on the queue is Alder Furlow. And the queue's open after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for your presentation. It's good to see each of you tonight. I'm sorry, Mr. I just have to start at the beginning, if I may, with the breakup. So let's start with Liberal City Initiative. So, Ms. Samuels, this is gonna be your department.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Oh, okay. Because then I was really confusing. Wait a minute. Okay, so we have here, so your title is,
Currently,
well, let's do budget, the proposed.
Executive Director.
Your deputy director. What's your current?
I'm the Executive Director of LCI right now.
Executive director of LCI,
Yeah.
and that title remains.
Yes.
Because I'm just trying to follow, because here it has deputy, I just don't see you in this, on this. So I'm just wondering where you are in this, and then how it falls under, the executive director of LCI?
So today, 724 has both a coordinator and a department head, and that's my title, Economic Development Administrator.
724 is,
Economic Development.
okay,
747 is LCI, and Arlevia Samuel is the Executive Director of LCI. And then to make it even a little bit more confusing, Carlos Ezagare is the Deputy Administrator within 724, but over all the departments you'll see tonight with the exception of public schools. In our future and proposed scenario, 747 Livable City Initiative has an executive director, and that's Arlevia Samuel. There will be a second administrator to work on housing delivery, and that'll be a peer position to Carlos, but specifically running this group that's on gap financing, housing, housing delivery, if you will. And I apologize, it's a little clunky, and it's just more the accounting than it is the function.
Well, we don't get this straightened out tonight, Mr. President. We have to understand this because we're gonna vote on it, either up or down, so we're gonna be very clear about this. So there's gonna be a deputy director of housing code. And then under that deputy director of housing code, there's gonna be people that work as housing code, I'm looking here, housing code what? Inspectors or?
All codes and standards. So
Okay.
we turned it, I think it's page 10.
It's page 10, yes.
Okay, so that's a filled position today, that's Mark Stroud. He's your deputy director for housing code. And then there are three functional lines that will work within that group. Rental residential licensing, Section 8 to Alder Smith's point earlier, and your traditional housing code enforcement. All of that falls within that deputy director's role, and that's a filled position, Mark Stroud.
Okay.
The second group underneath that, where it says Deputy Neighborhood Services, that's also a filled position. That's Frank Diemore. And underneath that are all of the neighborhood specialists for each of the Banjo-Team districts, as well as the maintenance group, of which there are 4, right? 4 people who work in maintenance? 7 who work in maintenance.
Property maintenance does what?
Cleanup.
Tires on the side of the road.
Property maintenance crew, they do all the cleaning of all the city-owned parcels that are vacant. They do, if people leave trash out on the tree belts where they go pick it up, they clean it up, they remove graffiti. They do the snow plowing, the cleaning up, they're our cleanup crew.
Okay, personal property that's been abandoned or?
Correct, or city, and all the city-owned parcels that are under LCI, or throughout the city, or if DPW needs assistance or something, they go out and do that as well. Everything you're looking at on this chart, this is the current divisions. The housing code division has a deputy, and the division is housing code, which is when someone calls in for an inspection, residential license, and then Section 8. Those are all currently under that division. Under deputy, DMR Neighborhood Services is anti-blight, property service, and relocation. These are all currently as the divisions are run.
And the deputy housing code, this is a new position.
No, that's Deputy Stroud, Mark Stroud.
Oh, Stroud, yes, yes.
Although I think you make, if I may, I think we made it a little confusing by taking off, it was, I think, implied here that Livable City has an executive director, that doesn't change, that's Arlevia Samuel. You go to the next page, Economic Development Administration has an Economic Development Administrator that's not listed here, Michael Piscatelli. Their names are just not there because I think we wanted to show how the lines break down with the assumption that our titular heads are not changing at this time, nor are they proposed to, so that's.
Okay, and then my final question, just wanted understanding of that. the economic development piece. Okay, let me come to that just a minute. Quickly, under overtime, because we're adding five inspectors to LCI. So the current overtime is 13,000, it's going up 7,000 to 20,000. So I'm just quickly wondering, why will there be an increase in overtime and adding inspectors? Where's the overtime being allocated to?
So often the overtime is not related to the overall staff capacity. It's more related to the bargaining agreement. If we're calling out a group on the weekends, that's eligible under the bargaining agreement. So the overtime is related to that more than the number of people that are in the department.
I see, okay, that makes sense. Do the LCI specialists get overtime for attending CMT meetings?
No, they receive comp time.
Comp time, okay. Mr. Chair, I'll stop here. And I'll wait and see if you ask us for more questions as I look more at this. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Furlong. Next on the queue is Alder Festa, and after her, the queue is Alder Festa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How many vacancies do we have in LCI?
4.
And how many of those are neighborhood specialists?
1.
One vacancy in neighborhood specialists.
Yes.
And how confident are we that we can fill these positions that are being requested?
I'm waiting on HR to post it.
You're waiting on what? I'm sorry.
Human Resources to post the position.
Well, we have to approve it first. But are these?
No. You asked what's vacant currently.
Oh, yes.
I'm waiting on HR to post the position.
Okay, so the 5 positions that are vacant are not posted?
The administrative assistant position is posted. There's been difficulties with that because there's a huge number of vacancies throughout the city for administrative assistants and very few people are applying. So when someone comes in, we're like all trying to get the same few group of people. The neighborhood specialist position, I've been waiting on that, and the maintenance, property maintenance person, I'm still waiting on that one as well. One of our property maintenance people just recently was separated.
So they're not being filled because they're not posted other than that one position?
The admin positions are being posted, but the neighborhood specialist and the property maintenance are not.
Okay. How confident are you that those vacant positions, once posted, will be filled?
Very.
And what?
Very confident. There's not, when the positions are posted and people to interview will apply, there's not been any issue filling the positions.
Including for the positions being requested for inspectors. Okay, just wanted to get a better understanding of the vacancies and how difficult it is to fill positions, because we've heard that some positions are just difficult to fill. So we need to be sure, even for us to get a better understanding on this committee on how, is this realistic?
Admin assistants, like I said, is the only position that's been difficult, but that's a shortage throughout the city.
Okay. Now, Mike, we're mentioning, Mr. Piscatelli, the merge with economic development. Why not the building department? Why economic development?
There are a number of different ways to look at it, right? That's a scenario whereby all the codes and standards go to one place over at the building department. You're looking at you'll hear this later tonight, you're looking at a workload of specialized inspections at OBIE right now, which we've got to keep that focused neuroscience, Science Hill, it's not just maybe traditional stick wood frame construction. There's a phenomenal amount of specialized work that's being built here in the city. And we have to make sure that group is boxed out, focused. There's some reorg going on there associated with the assistant building official line. Bob will talk about that in a little bit more detail, but that group has a lot to do this year.
But it sounds like you do work closely with the building department as well for different reasons. So I guess
All true. We also fight over cars and all sorts of other things.
I guess in my eyes, it almost should be building department and LCI. Not that you're not important, Mr. Piscatelli, but you know, your department does a lot of work as well, as we've learned this evening, all the accomplishments you've had throughout the year. But I was just wondering why that decision was made, but I get it. Yeah, I'm concerned that, you know, with the position that's vacant with the neighborhood specialist. Because as we know, sometimes, you know, we try to call the department to get answers and we don't get answers because we're missing, it's my person that's missing, neighborhood specialist. And I feel bad that I have to call Mr. Trout all the time, and who's been wonderful, by the way. But it's important that that position gets posted. And if there's anything we could do to help you, please let us know. And then just for you, Mr. Piscatelli, I have some for you. I have my questions all over the place with, you mentioned the airport and the growth from Houston and St. Louis being somewhat business related with 50%, or not business related, but 50% coming in. How do we trace that growth, economic growth?
So if I could just dial back one, I think it's important to recognize people want to work for LCI. Like the morale is up, the type of work, the impact to people, what our Levy has done in terms of the brand of LCI. So I did want to note, you know, reorganization is functional stuff. The people want to do this work, and it's really gratifying to see. As to Availa, the way they do that is the credit card data. So you're tracked on the origin of the credit card data to see where you're coming from. And that's how they figure out, you know, the origin versus destination type work, and they figure out new flights and all that. It's actually based on your credit card spend.
Does that include restaurants, hotels, et cetera? I'm just trying to see what growth we have with this airport for our businesses for.
Please. So we have a fair amount of that data already, but I can also say as one that's staff, one of the EDA staffers to Tweed, is that we are working with the Tweed authority they're undertaking a professional standard economic impact study for airports. So they're working on that right now as we speak to get a better handle on that data, and then we'll talk about things like restaurants, hotels, spends in town. And so we have some anecdotal data. We have the 200 new employees that the airport's brought, but I think, you know, we recognize the need, and our partners at Tweed recognize the need to really get ahead. So you'll be seeing that over the next 6 months or so. So they completed over the next 6 months because they're putting the proposals out now for an economist to do the study.
Okay, so I guess we'll look forward to that report at some point. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm looking through my questions and just making sure that I think everything. I'll yield. So I can
Thank you, Alder Festus. Next in the queue is Alder Hamilton.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, folks. Thank you all for your presentations. I have a question about the code enforcement. Once an inspector goes into a building, cite the landlord, you have 24 hours to remedy whatever the situation is, right? The follow-up after that, right? Something happens there in the process where if you give a landlord 24 hours to remedy a situation, but they don't get noticed for 45 days that, oh, you needed to do something within 24 hours of that citation, seems like there's a problem there. Can we work to remedy that?
We've been working with that. I mean, most of the landlords, the inspectors have relationships where they have a number and we have someone, everyone's supposed to have a property manager or someone working for them who's local, who has the ability to make decisions and has funding to make repairs immediately. If it's something really serious, we can make the repair and put a lien on the property, or we can relocate the resident into a hotel temporarily at our cost and lien the property again. Unless the tenants sometimes don't wish to leave their place, and then we're like, we don't have any other people, we can't force them to leave. And if they want to stay, but keep complaining, we can't do anything until the landlord does something. I mean, we move forward with our process, but that takes time. It doesn't happen overnight.
I'm realizing that because I'm hearing, landlord's supposed to do some repairs and they had a 24-hour turnaround time to get it done, but nothing happens.
Well, 24-hour means it's a life safety. Typically, if it's smoke detectors, carbon monoxide, we go back out the next day and the landlord hasn't done them, we put them in. We have someone who will install them. Anything other than that, there's something serious life safety, we may condemn the unit and say they have to leave. If it's that bad, if something that's really truly bad, we'll condemn the unit and make them move out, we'll force them to move out, we'll put a 302J on it, and the landlord can't release it to anybody until it's cleared up and we clear it.
So, that inspector, his notes that he takes on his tablets, once he goes in the unit and does his work. Now, what is the process after? When he comes back to the office, does he have to do more work to send it on to the higher ups? I mean, how does that work?
No, the inspector completes the inspection, and then the notes and the inspection, everything goes to the admin staff. And the admin staff draws up the letter and sends the letters out.
And how, do you have enough admin people? If you have 100 inspections in a day,
No, there's not enough admin people. There's 13 inspectors and 3 admin. There's no way for 3 admins to complete all the work that needs to be done, including the schedule and the phone calls, the emails, the people coming in, and the letters and following the legal process for 13 inspectors. It's not possible for 3 people to do that.
so don't you think it'd be better to get more admin staff to keep up with the inspections?
That is the proposal, Alder Hamilton, to hire additional admin staff.
Yeah, they need, thank you, I'm finished.
Thank you, Alder Hamilton. Further questions from colleagues? I'm looking first for folks who have not yet asked questions, and then we'll return to colleagues who might want to ask for a second. Alder Furman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be quick. I know we have a busy night, and thank you for allowing me to go a second time. Just have a quick question in regards to our housing code enforcers. They put liens on property. They don't do actual fines.
No, housing code, if we move a tenant out and put them in a hotel, if we spend funds to make a repair, an emergency repair, we lien the property. We don't fine.
Has there been any money that comes back to the city as a result of liens?
Yes.
Okay.
It doesn't usually come through immediately. Usually the liens get paid off when they're trying to sell their property and they can't sell it because the liens up there. That's usually when we collect the most on liens. But the majority of the liens that we place are blight liens, and those are collected often.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it'd be interesting to know year to date, last fiscal year, the amount of money that came in. Well, you can't do it by the year, but maybe the last 3 years, money that has come in through liens on properties and money that might be still accumulating on properties.
So noted.
Thank you,
We'll
Mr.
follow
Chair.
up on that. It sounds like a reasonable request.
Thank you. My final question, and thank you once again, is has there been any consideration to give more teeth to the LCI specialist position? So currently, what they do, I'm not sure what mine does, but what they do is they do blight, they notify the resident of blight and look for, but they're not able, I guess my point is, they're not able to give any enforcement.
They do, the enforcement for neighborhood specialists is if there is a blighted situation, they either call or send a letter. They're supposed to send a letter immediately to the owner of the property, not to the resident, but to the owner. And giving the owner 10 days to respond to that. If the owner doesn't respond in 10 days, then it goes to a citation, which it has to go to the hearing officer. The hearing officer has to approve it. And if the hearing officer approves the citation, then we can place a blight lien on property, blight fine, start the citation, bill them $100 a day. But if they find a blight, they send her, and the landlord goes and cleans it up, it stops. Even if the process starts, if they go clean it, it stops. And then we have to totally restart it again if they let it go again.
And so the difference with the housing code inspectors is that same process with putting liens on properties?
Well, no, housing code is money that we actually expend. And blight is funds.
Okay. Has there been any consideration to equip the LCI specialists with the ability to give fines?
They do. The fine process is for the neighborhood specialist.
But it's in the, oh, okay, yeah, now I'm confused. Let me listen to you instead of talking. Yep.
The neighborhood specialist process for blight leads to a citation, which leads to, or can lead to a $100 per day fine, which will become a lien.
Yeah, right. So it's a lien, so it's not like a ticket that is collectible.
No, right.
So it ends up in a lien on a property if they decide to sell or want to refinance.
So once it starts, it continues $100 per day until it's either cured or they come in because they want to sell their property and they need a release.
Okay, and the housing code inspectors have that same process where they're putting liens on things that are not?
No, housing code is if we expend money to put somebody in a hotel or we make repairs to a property, then we lien the property for the money that we paid. So we relocate some tenants.
Yeah.
We put a lien against the property to recover the cost of the hotel and fees associated with relocating the tenant. If we temporarily relocate them in a hotel.
So I'm just wondering if something is broken and it's not repaired, then where do these fines come in? By the housing code, or there aren't any fines. So if I own property, the pipes are busted, and you have to relocate, so the only lien that the inspectors are putting on is the cost of relocating a resident?
There is a fine process, but it's still being perfected.
Okay. I don't want to open a can of worms, but I'm just, and if this doesn't go along with finance, with our meeting tonight, then we can look at this another time, Mr. Chair. I'll yield back to you, and if it should be continued, I'll do that. I don't want to.
Thank you, Alder Furlow. I think I see your point, which is what's the immediate and effective tool of accountability for property owners that could be immediate and sooner than when they might decide to sell the property 10 or 30 or 80 years later. So I think that's what you're getting at. And I think one question I would ask is this enforcement mechanism set forth in state law and that's what we're limited by, or is it set forth in the ordinance and we could amend the ordinance to change that enforcement mechanism?
There was recently a change which will afford us to find what is being perfected by Corporation Council so that we can begin to find with housing code. Very similar actually to the neighborhood specialist part.
Right. And I think that came before us not too long ago.
Yes.
Okay, so in terms of our budget, I think the question would be, would the additional inspectors, the additional administrative help, the additional attorney help improve that enforcement process, and how? Because that's properly what's before us, is those additional staff positions and the reorganization, which is also in the budget. So if you want to follow up on that aspect of it, you may.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm going to save this for another time because I think the discussion is going to get deeper. We're going to go down quite a hole. And I think I should just probably stick with it. I understand why we're adding the inspectors. I'm just not happy with the enforcement part of it.
Thank you, Alder. Thank you. Okay, so we are now looking to see if there's any additional questions, budget-related questions for these fine public servants. I'm looking to see Alder Morris.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. So just in looking at these different, the added positions, and you guys are looking to change, create a whole department and all of that. And what if this board found that we're not able to do that at this time. However, of the three things that you're asking, right, inspectors, administration, the third, what is the most important? I know everything is number one. I know that, of course. But what's number one out of that? Or do you, if you can't have all of it, you don't want any of it? Because the reality is, what I'm hearing from your testimony is that you have administrative service, administration issues, not administration, but admin assistant issues. You have lawyer issues. You have inspector issues. We all got issues. So out of all those issues, and you only can get one, what would you say, and this is probably more so to you, Mr. Viscatelli, what would be the crawl before you run, before you walk sequence in these requests? I know you want everything, I know that, but I'm just interested in hearing from you guys, if it didn't work, if the body felt that we can't do this right now, but we can give you a couple of positions, what do you think would be most helpful to move this department along in getting the different things that we're trying to, our goal, if that makes sense?
No, it makes total sense. And as you know, I can't answer it by picking this or that because it's the totality. So yeah, I think you have to look at it in proportion, right? So with 13 inspectors and some admin staff, we get to so many units. With the scale capacity we're proposing, inspectors, admin staff, we get to more units. What I'm thinking, and what I probably shouldn't say out loud, is we're 2% of the city's budget. Housing is your focal point. You have, and we've heard it, and we have seen it, and we understand. And I think, a couple of us here have been here a long time. The housing stock is getting a lot older. And you add that on top of the fact that we need something like, every time you turn around, it's 50,000 units in the state of Connecticut. That's 80, now it's 90,000 units in the state of Connecticut. Incomes are not rising as fast as the rent, right? So in some reflection, I think the pods you see here, we're 2% of the city's budget. So it's a scale expansion, recognizing that housing has emerged as one of the single most important issues in the state of Connecticut. And it's good, and we're going to seize up on cultural equity, job growth, quantum, small business, anything else we're doing, which is all fun, don't get me wrong, if we don't solve housing. So I think you've got to see it, we all have to collectively see it as a scale issue, not just we pick a little bit out of our little 2%. Mike's retiring, so I can say it this hearing, but we're 2%.
Right.
And this is a big issue. And you are leading statewide change.
Right. So I guess in asking that question, and that was very political, right on the Pacific from Viscatelli. But at the same time, I guess I'm trying to figure out if this, because all of this is a proposal, right? Everything is a proposal that's before us. And everybody doesn't get everything that they want. And I understand housing is a big issue. Housing is very expensive. Everything is just very expensive. But if we had to, split the baby in a sense to a little bit to everyone, for me, as I'm, a part of this committee, what would be the most important element? And so I guess, in a sense, if you can't get it all, it probably is not gonna make a dent in what it is that you're trying to do. And so, like you said, it's very hard to answer that question. So I'm gonna just leave it right there because we're not gonna be able to answer that. But I did wanna get an understanding. If you got an attorney, is that attorney gonna help, an additional attorney? Would that attorney help to do things a little quicker so you're able to go out and enforce more, whatever the situation? But I guess there's no one answer to that question.
We're going to go on this journey together, right? I suggest think of it in proportionality, right? If we hire a building inspector with no car, we don't really get a great building inspector. If you hire a housing code inspector without the admin and legal staff, you're not getting the full totality of that benefit. We would be honored to take you around with us, go under the hood, sort of see how it works. But think of it proportionally, like you need a little bit of everything.
No, I definitely get it, and sitting at this table for the last 13 years, I've seen everyone come with a big plan. And sometimes that big plan, we're only able to give you a little piece of it this year, and then next year you come back and ask for the other piece, and in 3 years, you'll have the whole pie, but at the same time, which one is one, which one is two, and which one is three? And that's really what I was trying to get at. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Morrison. So I have Alder Festa on the queue and then Alder Honda Smith. We need to make our questions quick and get quickly to them because we have a lot more to do tonight. And this is the first of our workshops, the first of our presentations. So lead off with your question. And you can, and please, you're next, Alder Festa.
Thank you. I just want to add the conversation that was had with Alder Furlow regarding, the liens, et cetera. And I guess what would be nice to see too is revenue. What revenue are we generating in this department for us to justify these additional positions? Because if we wait for liens, that takes years. And I guess I understand it might be our only option, but do residents have an opportunity to pay the lien or real-time payment? So if I decide I'm going to pay the $100 per day versus you put a lien on my house, do I have that option?
Yes, they can pay it anytime.
And so that, Mr. Chair, maybe through you, we could maybe get some numbers as to what revenue we're generating regarding those fines.
I think you're repeating and perhaps adding on to a request that Alder Furlow made through me, and I'll work with our staff and the city staff to see what information we can get.
Yes, so it's adding on to the request, and I appreciate it. And then just one other thing, do we actually have a hearing officer?
Yes.
Okay, because I understood that we didn't.
We have a hearing officer for the blight, and I believe that the mayor just appointed one for House and Code as well.
Okay, will that help? And this is for appealing, right, and being able to.
For appealing and before we can place any fines or anything, the hearing officer has to look through and make sure everything is in order and say, okay, now you can place a fine.
Okay, so we have one of two.
We have two now.
So we definitely.
The BoA hearing officer has been in place for several months now, and the one for housing code is new.
Okay, so through that process, we should also get a better understanding of fines and, or who's been forgiven, those who have appealed.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Alder Honda Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm gonna be really fast. I feel like I'm in a hospital.
Oh my. We hope you're okay.
Yeah, trying to resuscitate myself. I'm trying to figure out what is broken to where we have to develop a new department. I'm just trying to grapple it in my mind. Can you explain to me what is broken with LCI to make these different changes? Or most doctors would try to fix that break to make it whole again. How can we fix it to make it whole so we're not throwing money out of the window for taxpayers? And I need you to help me to understand this so that we don't make a bigger problem. You mentioned about Public Works and DPW merging together. I understand that. We're trying not to make that mistake, as what you would say, over again. So I need you to help me to understand this. If we have ways to fix the problem, why can't we just fix what we have and make it work?
So, we never said we have something that's broken.
Why don't you please put that microphone a little bit closer? Thank you.
We never said anything was broken. Arguably, the due process side of it has tailed off such that we're not getting full compliance. The reorganization proposed to you today is very specifically related to dealing with capacity and the expansion of need, more housing, more code enforcement. The aging of our stock requires and mandates a more focused attention to it. But we've done 66% more inspections this year. Our levy has transformed the ability to get out and get into people's houses and get compliance. But when you're dealing with 44,000 housing units, 70% of the city's residents live in rental housing, you're dealing with factor change in the amount of work we need to do. And the reorganization reflects that you need leadership in both pods in order to get there. But we did not say it was broken.
I just feel like I'm in the hospital. And if we need to reorganize that portion, why can't we just reorganize and fix the issues in that department to make it work functionally well? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Smith. Okay, I think we're ready to move to the next group, except I have one question, which is not about housing inspection or housing development at all, because that terrain we've covered. It's more from Ms. Jefferson. You made a statement about the economic impact of the arts, which my gut tells me that that's true, and certainly in my neighborhood we care a lot about it. But when I looked at economic impact studies, for example, for the tennis tournament, I always found those to be fuzzy and not very believable. And I always felt like it was just like a PR campaign to convince me to spend more money on a tournament that was failing, that wasn't really attracting very many people. So for me, I'd like to know more about what's the methodology for actually measuring economic impact. And did you hire a group to do that, or is that an in-house methodology? Could you say a few words about that, please?
Yeah, so the economic impact study I'm referring to is one that is done by Americans for the Arts. They are the largest national arts service agency in the world. So they do these studies, and to be honest, it doesn't always have all of the data. Like what we found is that they actually had a lot more data that they could have given to us that actually greater told the story of economic impact, but they're very selective. So like they look at, like, for example, we learned that when somebody comes and they spend money on an event, they're typically, in addition to the ticket sale price, they're gonna pay $37. They're gonna spend $37 while they're here eating in a restaurant. It doesn't factor in if they stay overnight. It doesn't factor in arts educational components. It doesn't have that. So actually, we've been pushing back really hard on studies like AEP, which do help us, but don't tell the broader story, to get better data. Another thing, so I'm agreeing that there is an issue when it comes to data. Another thing that I've been pushing back on hard when it comes to data is this is only nonprofit arts organizational data, and only 68 arts organizations were reflected. So it's not a true reflection of our actual economic ecosystem when it comes to the arts. So no, we did not hire them. We actually work in addition with them as they do. They recruit different cities, being that that's their job as art service, National Art Service Agency. And I don't feel like there actually is a good reflection of data. This is why I want us to do our own specific data. This is our first start, because that was like low-hanging fruit for us to be able to finally start to do something to have data that shows arts economic impact, but it is not perfect. And so we are looking for partners who are going to help us, like Data Haven could help us tell the story a little bit better. So we're looking at that. I also think when we get the impact study, that is going to show us definitely anecdotally what is being done, and then we're going to use people like Data Haven to help us tell the economic data better through the gig economy, which is we have a massive gig economy here that's not reflected in the AEP study because they're only focused on nonprofit arts organizations.
So you're working towards your own economic impact study.
Yes, exactly. A creative economic impact
So
study.
this time next year, you think you might have to?
I don't know about
6
that.
months from now?
no, it takes time, but yes, so this is step one, right? We have the AEP study, we're gonna have the cultural equity impact study. I would not say by next year, but soon.
Well, we look forward to seeing that and understanding better the impact.
Thank you.
In addition to the airport and other initiatives that this administration is taking to try to boost our economy. Okay, well, thank you all for your participation in our workshop this evening. We dismiss you from the table and you may carry on with your evening. I think some of you may be staying because we are staying within the EDA. Next, we'll hear from transportation, traffic, and parking. After that will be equal opportunities. So we'll take just a moment to allow folks to move back into the gallery to allow additional staff to join us. Yes, thank you, Don. I misspoke. City plan is next. Then TTMP. Thank you, Don. I made notes that obscured the list. And my friends from City Plan, they knew what I meant. They were coming up anyway. And is the information in the same packet, Mr. Piscatelli? So you will tell us the page number when the time is right. Let's have, we'll need one more chair. Thank you, Mr. Coburn. And while he's getting himself a chair, why don't we start with you, Ms. Rose Weiland. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Esther Rose Weiland, Assistant Director of Comprehensive Planning, 126 Edward Street in New Haven.
Good evening, Laura Brown, Executive Director of City Plan Department, 262 West Rock Avenue, New Haven.
With you, sir?
Nathan Green, I'm the Deputy Director of Zoning and 191 Worcester Street.
And we're joined again by Mr. Gormley, Mr. Scatelli, and Mr. Executive. Oh,
Who's gonna take a break?
okay. So, please begin.
So looking at your packet, slide 26, again, city plan. As you've seen in the past presentation, again, this is just an overview on the state's submission of what city plan, the city plan department performs. Moving on to slide 27, just gives an overview of their overall budget. Again, their department is, there's a small change within their department, which again goes into personnel and non-personnel services. Going to slide 28, again, just gives the budgetary breakdown of their general fund budget overview, in which 81% of the city plan is funded through personnel. Slide 29 goes into the basic changes of the general fund request by city plan, where their department is primarily 3144 and then executive management with the director. That portion of their budget is going up by the standard 3%, which is the general wage increases that was within the 3144 bargaining unit and for executive management. The next portion is non-personnel, which I'll turn over to Ms. Brown, but that is really what's driving the portion of the budgetary change within their department for the mayor's proposed budget.
Thank you so much. Thank you again for your support of our department in the past. We're really happy to be before you tonight to discuss some of these items. As you can see, we don't have significant changes in our budget, but I did want to provide some overview in particular for the other contractual services that were increased. And that line item, I'll tell you a little bit more about it, but it covers the deployment of some software called Arc Urban, which is an Esri GIS product. I'll tell you a little bit more about that. This also covers our licensure and training for staff. We have licensure through the American Institute of Certified Planners and our zoning staff through the Connecticut Association of Zoning Enforcement Officers. It also covers transcription, court documentation, and other technical assistance that we rely on in the department. So as you can see, other remaining budget items were status quo for the year. And in a moment, I'll go over some of the other changes in the budget, but I did want to, with regard to the ARC Urban item, pass out this documentation to just explain a little bit more about, sorry, you can pass that around.
Thank you. We'll just take a moment to share with me.
Planners like maps and
Yes, we do. We like to visualize.
Yes, we do.
Land use. Does everyone have a copy?
Yes.
So I'm not going to get into the detail of what you see on the map here, but I did want to provide an example of the way that software and technological tools that we train staff on can really be of benefit for you as community leaders and to residents in understanding land use decision making. So ARC Urban is a GIS tool, that's Geographic Information Systems. Those are systems that we use to visualize land uses in the city. And we're used to seeing things, and you probably are used to seeing things like what you see on the top here, a from above view of the zoning map or parcels on a map. And what we've done in ArcGIS, and this was funded through our previous budget last year, is the creation of a 3D model of the city. In addition, that model, we have overlaid the zoning ordinance. So what we are able to do, and what you can see here through this model, is create a new development, a project, and create a scenario to look at what a new zoning district might look like, or if we put a new building in a certain area, what would be allowable in terms of the zoning, because that's all built into the model. It also allows us to look at some scenario planning around what would the economic impact be, what would the impact on some environmental factors be. So it calculates those metrics based on scenario buildings. We can actually build up those buildings in the model. So it's a very powerful tool. We have a base model right now, but what we are asking for is for some support for additional train up on staff, and to be useful, these kinds of things have to be maintained to the to the previous discussion that we need to keep these up to date, as in as new developments are coming in, we're seeing lots of development happening right now. As we update these, we can update the model so that we can help you make good policy decisions when we're talking about changes to the zoning ordinance, changes to a certain district. And that would be for, as an example, things like the Downtown for All proposal, for ADUs, for other changes to the zoning that we are envisioning in the future. So we think this is going to be a really important and powerful tool. And I did want to make you aware that that's part of what we're proposing. The other, I think we'll go to slide 30 at this point, unless, and if you have other questions on the specific changes in the budget, we can.
No, keep going. We'll
Okay,
do questions when you're done.
Okay. There are some proposed changes to license permits and fees, and I can quickly, shall I go through those point by point? Okay. So the first one is the change to increase the review of the administrative order of decision of the zoning administrator to $350. This is only to make that consistent with the fees that we charge for other common permitting applications like special permits, variances, which are all $350. So because it standardizes it, it makes it, relatively easy, we decided to align that with our existing permits. We do not hear this, we do not receive the applications for these regularly. Certificate of approval for automotive use. This is a change due to a statutory change in Title 14 of the Connecticut General Statutes. These, which are automotive location applications, some of you may be aware of these that have happened in your district. They used to be heard by the Board of Zoning Appeals. And by the statute now, they are approved by the building official. The city The zoning director and city plan still has administrative review of these items, but we no longer have to put them before the Board of Zoning Appeals for approval. So they still can contain, include conditions, which are sometimes added to these types of applications, like parking requirements, hours of operation, storage requirements. So those are things that Deputy Director of Zoning Nate Hugren reviews, provides conditions for, and then it's sent to the building official for review. So we no longer need to charge a fee for that item, which is why that is removed from our fee schedule. Certificate of appropriateness within the historic district and the administration of the 90-day delay. These are both items related to historic buildings. The first one is our certificate that's provided by the Historic District Commission. And both of these are, again, to align the technical review associated with these items with the labor required. So we increased the fees for both of those. So this is an opportunity. I don't have this opportunity often to come before you and just remind you of what we do as a department. We have three major buckets of work. One of them is some of what I mentioned, the oversight of our land use boards and commissions, the City Plan Commission, the Historic District Commission, and the Board of Zoning Appeals. And we staff all of those three boards and commissions. We have line staff that are available on a daily basis for walk-ins. Those are people who come in who want to start a business, who have a zoning question. So we have a very front-facing kind of open front door for the public when they're interested in a new project. And that includes for the development community as well, who come to us with ideas and proposals for new housing or developments. We also serve, and this is going to our next slide, the long-range planning function. And in many cases, this is to meet state or federal requirements. So I have a slide here on the hazard mitigation plan. This is a plan that we complete in order to be eligible for funding from FEMA for resilience projects, and we need to have those identified as part of our hazard mitigation plan. So we work on that. We work on plans like the Long Wharf Responsible Growth Plan that you're very familiar with, that then inform our implementation next steps to rezone and prepare for future development. And as you know, I hope you know that we have our 10-year comprehensive plan. Each year we are required by state statute to complete a plan of conservation and development, is what it's officially called. Ours is called Vision 2034. And Esther Rose Weiland is leading our planning process. We have, just as a note, the website is here. We hope you'll get involved. We have just engaged 10 community navigators who are residents throughout the city to really ensure that there's a broad base of input into the plan to folks who are not the usual suspects showing up to our land use boards and commissions. And we have a workshop. Our first workshop is April 25th at High School and Community, so hope you will attend. The next bucket of things we do in this last slide here is really about zoning and ordinances, and this is where we align with some of your priorities and our priorities as a city around housing. So we are responsible for administering the city's zoning ordinance and also anticipating the kind of development that's currently happening in the city and making sure that we are realigning our ordinance with the future of the city's growth around housing. So I just put some examples here. The accessory dwelling units ordinance is one piece of legislation we've worked on, the Union Station ordinance, and we will certainly have some additional ordinances to put before you in the next year, including updates to our zoning ordinance before an anticipated overhaul happens at the end of our comprehensive plan process. So we do hope that you will engage with the city plan department. We do a monthly newsletter. If you don't receive, I think you all do receive it actually. So take a look at that. We've listed some of our goals and initiatives here in the various rounds that we're working on, and you will see that they align closely with our budget. Again, the budget ask, difference from last year's budget is that $25,000 change with regard to consulting, I'm sorry, it's just an additional $25,000 that also covers one thing I did not mention, which is overtime for staff who are working on our land use boards and commissions. So with that, I will address questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Brown. Anything you wish to add, Mr. Berman?
No, I think we're all set.
Okay, great. So now the queue is open for questions about the budget proposal for the city planning department. Questions on the proposed budget for the city planning department? BoA Festa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question regarding vacancies. Do you have any vacancies and how many and how are we with filling them?
Thank you. That's a good question. We do have 3 vacancies right now. 2 of them are senior project manager positions. One was vacated when staff recently left. The other was vacated when Donna Hall retired. So those, I just received notice today from HR that the job description was approved by the union. So that at least one of those will be posted this week. I can tell you that we've had really robust application pools for our planning positions. It's a place, New Haven is a place people want to do planning because of the broad scope of work that we do. So that's exciting. We also have a planner 2 position that will be, there is a candidate starting the end of April in that position.
Okay, so they're getting filled.
They
and
are.
with quality people.
I'm very happy with the candidate pools we're getting.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Further questions from colleagues for the city planning department? Seeing none, we thank you for being here this evening. And I thank you for all the hard work you do. I get to see a lot of it in the city plan commission, and I know that you're a very busy department.
Yeah,
So thank you very much. So now we'll move to transportation, traffic, and parking, TT and T. As we move through our workshops. When you are settled, sir, your name and address for it. Yes, we have a team.
My name is Sandeep Aisla, Director of Transportation, Traffic and Parking. I'm at 42 William Street, New Haven.
Eric Hoffman, I'm one of the deputy directors of 199 Karen Lee, Glastonbury.
Alicia Cloud, I'm one of the supervisors for parking enforcement, 706 Woodward Avenue, New Haven, Connecticut.
Excuse me, thank you very much. And if you're referring to a page, please tell us which one.
So, beginning on page 38, we will begin with, again, there's the mission and overview of the Transportation, Traffic, and Parking Department, which gives an outline and responsibilities of the department and just kind of an overview of the overall structure of the department. Moving to slide 39, we'll give you an overview of the overall general fund mayor's proposed 2024-2025 budget. The request is about slightly over $1 million in regards to the overall request for personnel and non-personnel asks within the department. Some of that is, or I would say a majority is offset by what the director will talk about, which is Vision Zero. Within the actual revenue section of the budget, we did add $700,000 for that program, which will offset some of the costs that you see outlined in this slide. Moving on to slide 40, just gives an overall breakdown, again, a pie chart breakdown of the department, which is really, which is really broken down between personnel services and non-personnel services, which a lot of that is related to enforcement of their programs. The next slide gives the overall changes, again, that I mentioned within the department. in the mayor's proposed budget is the general wage increases of 3%. I will note that there is an error on that first bullet point. There is also some clerical staff within their department as well, that makes up that 3% as well. And then what I'll do is I will turn it over to Sandeep to kind of talk about the different proposed personnel requests, which is one full-time parking enforcement officer, one part-time, a manager of system and operations. And then again, as I mentioned, which you'll hear in a few more slides, is we are requesting 4 new positions to administer and enforce the Vision Zero program. So turn it over, Kerry.
Thank you. Good evening. Thanks for your time and your attention and patience. It's been a long day so far. So I'll just go to the next slide, to slide 42, just to give you a little overview of our parking operations thing. But before I move forward, I just want to reflect back on what our mission is, our department's mission. Safety and parking, from a parking perspective, quality of life related issues. So as you're aware, when you step out, onto the street, pretty much everything you see out there, our department really has, some role in it. Signals, street lights, 20,000 street lights in the city, 300 signals, and hundreds of stop signs. And and on top of that, the incredible amount of work our staff do in terms of managing and operating these kind of important infrastructure. I just got a text message just now that all the UI had a major outage, and our staff were so good and diligent in sort of mobilizing that they were there even before anyone knew it, before I knew it. And that's the kind of testament to the amount of work and effort that goes into our day-to-day operations. And also, I would just also want to recognize this other portion beyond the parking enforcement, the traffic and safety related projects and all the operations related stuff, the school crossing guards. I mean, we've had these crossing guards for a number of years, decades of work, and the amount of effort that they put into keeping children's safety and all the things moving smoothly during school hours. I think that sort of encompasses cumulatively sort of defines our mission, which is keeping our streets safe and related to all the quality of life related issues, but also trying to make sure that from a revenue perspective we come into play, because parking enforcement is a big piece of our operations. I would like to bring your attention to slide number 42, which is talking about the parking unit revenues here. On this chart, you'll see that we generated almost $4 million in revenue this year. We've been coming out of slowly trying to get our feet back up since COVID, and especially related to parking meter revenues. These revenues are through your apps, through the meters that you pay using cash, credit card, and also a portion of the meter back revenue that used for special events or construction. Now, we have roughly about 1,800 metered spaces in the city. Last year, the board was generous enough to fund the installation of new meters. So we are kind of excited for this year to sort of get those things rolling so that we can move towards our goal of increasing our revenue on the meter side. I will bring attention to the next slide, which is 43. This is related to all the revenue that's generated from parking tax and violations. As you can see, since 2023, last 3 years or last 4 years, we've almost doubled the amount of revenue that we generate from our violations. And there's a number of reasons behind this. One of the main reasons is we've started sending out notices for late payments. We've had our hearing started, so we're slowly getting back up to speed on all those operations related stuff, the day-to-day stuff on the parking side. Sorry, excuse me. On the parking side.
I think what you could do is just move it back a little bit. And you're.
So from the parking side, so we're still kind of catching up, and we have a long way to go. And this is where Eric's team has worked like diligently on getting the process map in place to kind of get everything, together. We are now fully staffed, which is also a good thing. We have one part-time position that we offered the position, so we're waiting to fill that up, but we are pretty much fully staffed. So that is a good sign in terms of our enforcement-related, operations. Now, I just want to bring your attention to the next slide, which is very important here, and 44, slide number 44. And this is related to Vision Zero. And so there are 4 new positions that are proposed. Some of them are required by statute based on the Public Act, the Vision Zero Public Act for automated traffic enforcement. And some of them are required, at least for us, to make sure we are compliant with the requirements of the statute. And I'll go through these 4 positions in a little bit of detail now. So the first position is the traffic safety engineer. So this position will serve as a project management for this program. This is going to be a very significant effort. So this project manager will essentially oversee the day-to-day operations of the entire program. He or she or they will be working on developing recommendations and plans, working on some of the compliance-related stuff, and also 2 years ago, as you're aware, we passed the Safe Routes for All plan, implementing some of the recommendations of the Safe Routes plan that are linked or are required for the compliance perspective to make sure that any revenue that's generated from these devices is used for certain programs or projects. So this is the role of the traffic safety engineer in trying to implement or kind of use some of the revenue to kind of implement projects that are going to reduce fatality and serious injuries. The second position, this is required by statute, is a systems technician. So this person will be working on all the technology-related stuff, which is related to the cameras, whether they are speed cameras or red light cameras. And this person will be working with the vendor closely on the day-to-day operations, trying to make sure these cameras and systems are calibrated, and trying to make sure it's operating smoothly, on a day-to-day basis. The third position is also required by statute, that is the enforcement officer. It's in the simplest terms, very similar to a parking enforcement officer. So the statute is a municipal violation, it's not a moving violation. So that requires a enforcement officer to sort of adjudicate any of those alleged violations and work with the vendor to sort of, send the citations electronically. And the fourth position is a program coordinator. So this is mostly administrative. This is also required to make sure that we are compliant. So a lot of the statute requires regular reporting every 6 months, every 18 months, every 3 years to make sure that it is in compliance with a lot of the equity requirements in the statute that are being built in. So those are the 4 new positions, and then there's additional non-personnel related expenditures related to contracted services for the cameras and the devices. That's about $475,000. And our expected revenue to be generated is roughly around $700,000 for this. So next slide, slide number 45, I'll just give you a little overview of some of the projects that are going on. We have a lot of stuff going on, but I'm just aligning everything under the Safe Routes for All umbrella, which is very important because safety is actually in our sort of part of our mission here. So there's a number of safety, mobility, and connectivity projects going on. You may have heard about the downtown two-way conversion projects, State Street project, Whitney Avenue project, Howard Avenue project. There's a lot of traffic calming related projects where we are directly or indirectly working with, engineering, other departments to kind of implement these projects. So we're really excited about these projects that are happening in the next, 6 to 12 months, and we hope to sort of continue doing that work. Slide number 46. I just want to talk about parking and traffic operations. So you may ask, what has parking got to do with safety? A lot of our work is focused on safety. Parking is, maybe parking on a hydrant. That's a safety-related issue. Everything's related to the goal of making sure that, our streets are safe, our operations are safe, and, everything runs so smoothly in the city. So this year, for the last 6 to 8 months, we've been working on some marketing-related efforts to improve our revenue on the parking app side. So we have 2 apps currently going on, and so we've been working with the team to sort of develop some sort of plan to improve the penetration of the app. So currently we generate roughly about around $100,000 a month for each app. So yearly we generate $2.5 million. So we realize that there's a lot of potential there to sort of, allow people the convenience, but also, make it much more easier and improve our revenues through marketing our operations better. So we'll be rolling out a marketing, a PR campaign sometime later in the summer. And that's just a little flavor of all the work that we do within the department. And a lot of you have I've interacted with a lot of you here, right? I mean, Streetlights Act, all the Tacolas, text me all the time, the streetlights out. I mean, when we fixed closely about 3,000 streetlight and signal, work orders. But what's hidden there is we basically fix a lot more streetlights than just one street pole. And that's sort of that's where I'm trying to get. It's a massive operation where we are involved in everything that you see out there when you walk out in the streets. And the next major initiative I want to talk about is transit, which is on slide number 47. And this is the last slide. Most of you are aware that we have a BRT study that's going on, and that is in design phase, or it'll be pretty much moving to a 15% design. That is a $150 million project, and we are very excited about it. And it cuts across different neighborhoods. It affects everyone in the city practically. And that is a project that's one of those, once in a lifetime projects that we are very excited about. We're working very closely with DOT on sort of implementing the project, and you'll probably hear a lot more during the public outreach process and the design to get some of your comments. So that's just a.
And by that you mean bus rapid transit?
Bus rapid transit, yeah. We also have a $3.1 million grant received, last year, early this year for microtransit operations. So there's a lot of stuff that's going on that we are really excited about in the next, fiscal year. So with that, I'll happy to take some questions.
Anything else, Mr. Cormany?
I believe we're all set. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we'll take questions from committee members about the TT&P budget proposal for the next fiscal year. Questions from colleagues? Alder Furlow, Alderman, and then Alder Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. Thank you for your presentation. Good to see you. I have streetlights out on Fairfield Street. Car hit a pole. I'm just looking at the just quickly, the stats don't really make sense in my head, when I'm doing the parking meter and the parking tag and violation, going from 2020 through 25. I know we had COVID, and there were some times that we weren't collecting. So my question is, do we have a shortage of, what's the position called, parking
Enforcement officer?
Yeah.
So, so is the question, do we have a shortage of?
Is there a shortage? Yes.
So we are proposing 2 positions, 1 full-time and 1 part-time position. I think I will frame it this way. Our city is changing, so it's going through this rapid change since 2020, since COVID. So there's, when Mike particularly talked about all the housing units that are going on. And what we realized, at least as our team, we noticed that some of these numbers too, is it's put this tremendous pressure on our staff to kind of work around that enforcement. And so this is where Alicia and her team, they do a tremendous job. But our city is just the size of the city and the number of calls that we get to kind of, mobilize people for these kind of issues. So we get calls through different channels. It's sometimes very overwhelming. And now we have Tweed, New Haven, there's a lot of activity going around. And obviously downtown is a pretty, kind of growing pretty fast, and it's spreading out into a hill and the hospital area. So that is where those 2 full-time, 1 full-time and 1 part-time position will provide that support.
Okay, because if you look at the meter revenue and then look at the tags and violations, it seems that there's quite a shortage, or not as many tickets are being given out. So, so let me just kind of rephrase. So currently, is there a vacancy in your department for those that have, that are doing the parking meter enforcement?
Currently, right now, we're fully funded all the budgeted positions. So we are, both as far as meter revenue and tags, we are still coming out of COVID. So one of the things is during COVID, the city had a significant drop in average daily parking transactions. We've rebounded to about 2/3 of what we were pre-COVID. So that is now where we're working with. So when you look at the numbers for fines and meter revenue, that's the new, sort of the new norm we're somewhat looking at. But we're out there issuing just as many tickets as we've done previously. The phenomenon that's now happening over the last current year is revenues are coming in a little faster. So we are getting more people to pay up. Currently, right now, through this fiscal year, we've had about 1.3 million in fines paid. About 2.1 million in tags have been issued on the violation side. So one of the things that the director was trying to bring up was also we're in a shift a bit. So one of the things that's happening is we're all being called upon to do a lot of quality of life violations, hydrant violations, corner clearance violations, no parking prohibited, resident parking zones. That causes a shift in our resources. So we're having a bit of a cultural change within the department also in how we approach our job day to day. So what has happened is it takes a little longer if I have to go all the way out to the other end of Westville to enforce a safety zone as opposed to do a street segment downtown for a group of meters. So we could be getting, we're fighting against 2 things. We're back up fully staffed. Guys are out there issuing tickets. Matter of fact, we did street sweeping today. We did 130 tickets for street sweeping. They're out there, but we also have to fight against the fact that maybe we have to take somebody, put them in a car, and they got to drive 20, 15 minutes to look for a single violation that may or may not be there. So those are some of the dynamics we're working against.
And are we still doubling or?
Yes, that moratorium went up about the end of last calendar year. So the fines are now back to doubling and tripling based on the old schedule of 15 days and another 15 days. Hearings are also going on again. We are also sending out late notices. Since the end of December, we send out notices at the end of every month. So people are getting notified that, hey, you don't have your tickets. We've also put forth an initiative where we're actually giving the delinquent ticket, which catches people's attention because they're like, I didn't even realize my car was parked improperly. No, your car was parked properly. However, you owe us some tickets. So we're driving traffic through the office and catching people's attention.
Do you do it by percentage or just by the total number of percentage of tickets that are actually being paid, or you just look at the like $1.4 million of tickets been paid?
We look at it both ways. I look at it, right now it goes out through the fiscal year every month. I look at how many tickets have been paid that have been issued that month and paid that month. And then I also look at it cumulatively throughout the fiscal year, how many tickets have been issued from the beginning of the fiscal year to that date and time when I create the report, and what percentage is paid. Right now, we're about 55 to 60% of the tickets that have been issued since July 1st, the beginning of this fiscal year, have been paid.
And the approximate yearly average from last fiscal year?
Yeah, we're the same. Over the last 3 fiscal years, we're at the 62% paid. So we are still lagging a little bit from COVID because it's still a belief that we're not, we don't really want that money. So we do get people who walk in the office who say, I didn't realize you guys were really serious about this.
At some point, my last comment, Mr. Chair, at some point, we're gonna come out of COVID, right? We've been in COVID for years after the fact.
But that's my point exactly. We have crawled out of COVID. We have one more wheel in our tricycle to put back on, which would be to start going after scofflaws. But we're sending out notices, we're holding hearings, the doubling and the tripling, the escalation of the fines is now back in place.
Final question, Mr. Chair. Have you found that the machines have worked where you pay at the meter or the kiosk? Yeah. Has that brought in more revenue or just about the same?
About the same.
So we haven't received the units yet.
Make sure you use the microphone, Mr. Harrison.
So we're slowly getting those units, so we don't even install them. We just received one batch about a week ago, so we'll be installing them. We'll be receiving another batch in the next month. So because this is a huge inventory because we're replacing all 1,800 meters across the city. We also, just to add on, Eric and I, we track even the number of broken meters that are broken every single day. Although our meter technician also tracks that, we also track that to kind of evaluate what that impact is, because when a meter is broken, it may have some impact on, it'll have an impact on revenue. But not all meters are broken because there's a lot of meters that are used for construction services, which is the meters that are bagged. And this comes back to the dynamics. The meter space, parking space, is utilized for a number of uses. You have outdoor seating, you have construction, you have special events like obviously music hall, then you have the regular run-of-the-mill people coming into the city or people who live in the city who drive and park there for 1 hour or 4 hours. So there's a lot of the revenue, reflects a lot of these dynamics. So it's very sort of always moving. That is something that we're also trying to track in terms of where does this revenue come from, what's happening at any given time. And that is where I think, Eric sort of, his statistical sort of background sort of comes into play.
That's very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just going back to safety, a couple of questions. I never thought I would be saying this, but those delineators, the white sticks, I was talking about that, I don't like it, but I like them. because they help. And I wanted to know, the delineators, what particular, well, what are we doing about those? Because I find that they really do help with the blind spots of people coming out of their driveways, be it a single house, be it an apartment complex. But as we know, everyone is looking for parking. If there's not a sign that says do not park, or those white sticks aren't there, they're gonna park right to the driveway. And then when people are trying to come out, they're blind spot, and then you have accidents and people get killed, and it's really a mess. And so what are you guys doing around that program? And where does that fall here? Are you looking to increase that? Because they're needed. I just left a meeting today with my seniors. They're like, Jeanette, where are those sticks? Because there was almost an accident. Someone almost got killed today, all those different things.
So that's a very interesting project. We've explored that. It's just we didn't have a time to like pilot it sort of in a neighborhood or other lines. We've done it in spots, in some of your neighborhood, and we've done it in Westville. We've done it in downtown too, in front of City Hall. Overall, they work, and we're trying to be creative around it because these things are they're not expensive, but they are not sort of the panacea. They don't really like last. There's a long-term sustainability issue there because they get knocked down, or snowplow might accidentally hit it, or any of those things, are people intentionally run over it in the break. We are trying to, we've kind of given some thought to finding new types of delineators that are a little bit more sustainable, because this is where daily we are thinking always about what's in front of us. And today we had this great workshop where thinking about what the bigger picture is. We're trying to figure out what kind of delineators, just a catch-all term here, are suitable for what type of purposes, which is bike lane delineators, or in your case, it's called daylighting, which is improving. I don't know why it's called daylighting, but it's one of those strategies that's worked in New Jersey, in Hoboken, where they were able to do that with other transportation safety related projects to kind of reduce their fatalities to zero. I mean, of course, New Haven is a different demographic area. There's a lot of culturally different to socioeconomic, quite different. But so the short answer is we're trying to find the right type of units or delineators for the right type of application here, and we'll be rolling that out at least at a pilot level slowly. But I'm happy to. I mean, we've discussed some of your needs. We have to also work closely with our partners in public works to kind of make sure any of these things that we install does not hinder their operations, because they're also doing work all through the years, street sweeping, moving the snow clearance. So, but happy to chat with you offline, and you have my number, so we're happy to.
Yeah, and I ask this because, from a budgetary perspective, like you said, they're not expensive, but if you buy, 10 today, they cost $100, they get knocked over 2 months from now, you gotta keep replacing them, that number does increase. And so I was wondering, because this is what you do, the importance, and I see the importance in how it does help to save lives, because people, again, coming out of their parking lots, they do help with the blind spots. So it doesn't sound like it's impacting the budget, but it does sound like you guys are looking at various types that you can utilize to help with the safety piece.
Yes, I mean, we haven't thought that much about how much these are going to cost, at least in the long term. But, we will have that, we'll have some numbers for you probably next budget session. These are roughly about $50. the divide sticks, delineators, but there are other types of, barriers or delineators that are a lot more expensive. But we're also trying to think about not just the cost. We're talking about life cycle cost. So we want to make sure some of these may, last for at least 2 or 3 years. So I think at some point we have to have some discussion internally to figure out what these standard, these types of interventions or countermeasures are going to cost. And there are a lot of municipalities that sort of focus on that, put some budget aside. At this point, right now, we're using some of the stuff that engineering has sort of, provided, using some of their funding. But this is some sort of important question that we have to come back to in the next year or so to kind of see where we are, because once these delineators are down or they're knocked out or we're run out of supplies, how do we sort of replenish that supply within the capital budget that we have? Keeping in view all those other priorities that go into replacing signs, signals, parking signs, stop signs, and all the other related stuff. So that is something that I'm happy to, follow up once we have some concrete numbers.
And we'll definitely want to hear more about those type of infrastructural costs when we do a budget cycle next year and have the capital budget in front of us, which is not in front of us right now. Additional question?
I just have one and you mentioned it, in regards to these various new positions that you're looking at. One of the things that I want to know is, out of these positions, what position will help to support the signage issues? Because we have a big signage issue, and then some is education, right? Because sometimes I'm used to seeing a sign that says "Do not park," but at the same time, the infrastructure can be built for a ramp one that has that little red plate there, and that's implied, "Do not park." But a lot of people don't know that, and so I think again, looking at safety and looking at signage, are any of these positions you're looking at that to really help with that?
So I think I mentioned this, our traffic safety engineer, who's the product manager for the entire Vision Zero automated traffic enforcement and safety devices, it's a mouthful here, but program. That person, that individual will be a professional engineer, licensed engineer who will have the understanding of not only the devices from the transportation systems perspective, but will also be able to implement projects, and to your point, whether it is signage related, education related, engineering related projects or operations related projects that are required by the statute, because the statute, the state, the public act requires us to spend the revenue that's generated from this automated traffic enforcement program to be used for only certain types of uses. So it can only be used for safety related programs, and that is a big umbrella. It could be education, it could be engineering, it could be equity related stuff too. And that's where that person will be able to sort of, answer some of or try to answer some of the issues that you're bringing up.
So that position that that this function would fall under would be this traffic safety engineer at 83,782?
Right, traffic safety engineer.
So the traffic operations engineer is something totally different, and that is at a zero.
I don't have that one, I'm just looking at but it's kind of very similar in terms of maybe it's a tiny difference, but it's different and it's also same. It's same in the sense that this person will be a person who has an expertise in transportation safety, especially on roadway safety, and will be able to implement those projects. This person will also be having that operations related background in not only making sure that the system or the program for the red light and speed camera program is running smoothly. So there's two parts of the position. It's very similar to the traffic operations engineer position, but it's beyond that too, because it's also related to the system side.
And just the last to follow up with that, if you got all these positions and all of that, one of the things that each time people come to the table, they always talk about it's hard to find bodies. And what you just described sound like a very, very special type of person that needs to come to the table with a lot of different things. Do you actually think you're going to be able to find all these people?
Short answer is yes. I mean, yes, but I'll add a little bit more, clarify a little bit. The job market out there are people with this kind of skills, but the job market out there is very competitive. I mean, I came from consulting, worked in consulting for about 18 years, and I've learned from my, former colleagues that it's very hard for them to recruit, licensed engineers who have the, the expertise that they are looking for. But there's still a lot of, it's the, right now there's a lot of funding out there, federal funding. There's a lot of money, going around municipalities. So there's a lot of, there's a lot of people looking for jobs too. We just have to find a person who fits, the requirements of this thing, especially, who has a focus on safety. And it's not that difficult. It's just, we have to make sure that, they're interested in the position. We want to make sure we find someone who's passionate about working in public service. And whether they have all the skills or not, more important for us, at least when I am interviewing people, is whether they care about, the work that they're trying to do. Whether, because a lot of, salaries in public service are low, right? We want to make sure that these people are really working because they care about, making a change. And because, I mean, everyone asks me, what is your job? What's your job title? I first say that it's customer service, right? We are trying to, every time I get a text message, that's the first thing I look at. Oh, am I getting a text message? And send it to Scott or Signal Supervisor. Our job is to make sure that we're always on and we're always focused and passionate about the work that we do. And I mean, we found a great candidate recently for one of the vacant positions, and we're excited about those kind of people because there are a lot of folks who want to work in public service. And Connecticut, we are in a great job market too. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities in openings. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Morrison. Further questions from colleagues? Alder Festa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding vacancies, we know we have cross guard vacancies. What other vacancies do we have, and how many crossing guard vacancies do we have?
I think we have roughly about 15 crossing guard vacancies. But we've lost some people. I mean, I'll just be a little qualified here. We've lost incredible crossing guards who they've been working for a number of years. We are trying to sort of spread our net a little bit. I mean, in East Rock, there's this phenomenal article about one of our new crossing guards who's an immigrant from Syria. And we're looking for people who are like passionate about this kind of job and looking to make a change. One of the challenges for us, at least for the crossing guards, is some of the background checks that they have to sort of go through. At times they fail these background checks. At times they find a different job. So it's a challenge. It's more so, especially in the crossing guard, field. But we're trying to work with our partners in nonprofits and everywhere, trying to make sure we find candidates who are sort of, care about, the work we do.
Yeah, the case in East Rock, I think, and I'm glad you said you're working with our partners, because that's how we got this gentleman, is through working with Iris, and it's a great opportunity for folks to be introduced even to the language. So let's keep those lines of communication open. Regarding, you mentioned street sweeping and tickets. East Rock was just street swept and I didn't see any tickets on any of the cars that were parked. Just for your information, so that's money that we might possibly be missing out on. Also regarding parking enforcement officers, are they assigned to specific areas? You know, I think you mentioned that areas are growing, residential parking areas are growing. Are parking enforcement officers assigned to specific areas at specific times? Because we could use some help.
So I will kind of spare the details a little bit, but I'll let Alicia and Eric talk about it. But the short answer is yes. We have a rotating shift for all the crossing guards, so that no one PEOs. We have a rotating list of PEOs who at any given time are always rotating every month. Alicia and Steve, their team handle some of the, how to assign them across the city. But in general, most of our enforcement, this is what Eric was talking about. We're trying to make this culture change or change within our organization. We're so focused on the meters, we are also trying to get all these other calls that we have to now mobilize people to kind of send out to. So we kind of go through that, we're trying to go through that process at this point. But there's always people sort of, at any given time, there are always people out there. We have a couple of people, I could be wrong, but I'll let Eric and Steve, Alicia correct me here, but we have at least 2 people who will go out, east side, west side. We have part-time staff who are driving out there during the evenings to go out and do enforcement. Bradley Street, for example. I mean, there's a rotating beat of locations also, hotspots. Willow Street, Cafe Bravo. So that level of detail, I think they can talk a little bit more in terms of any numbers, but we always have people, all that. It's just that with the change, all the growing pains that comes through the change, we are always trying to be innovative and trying to adjust, be flexible, but it's also putting a lot of pressure on our staff.
And I understand that, but, and we've had the conversation that even over by the brewery, there are cars that will park beyond the corner. I mean, they're sticking out, and there's Connecticut Transit that goes on a very small street, and there's also seat clip fixes that have been, put out there complaining of this. So I don't know if you use that as well as a guide to say, okay, we have a problem in this specific area, and that's, I'm sure throughout the city. But we have a problem.
Absolutely, I think we use different. That's why Alicia's phone is running non-stop. I mean, she'll test this thing, but we go through different channels. We get text messages, we get emails, we get phone calls, we get secret fix, and that's a lot of operations to kind of integrate all these things and try and assign people. Because you're really now talking about logistics, how to figure out all this logistics. And that is where the supervisors sort of come into play. But that also puts a lot of pressure on them because they're also not able to fulfill all the requests at any given time.
So with the new meters being installed, is there any way of somehow through that system being able to give tickets because of the app and they're not paying for the time? I don't know if there's any way of
You mean like automated issuing of tickets?
Yeah, kind of, sort of. Yes, essentially.
Well, we are not getting those types of meters. So yes, there are systems out there that allow that. Meters that we're replacing the current style and types of meters that the city currently has. They do not do automated traffic enforcement. To address the issue about the type and volume of enforcement that we do, last week, TT&P on itself issued over 1,900 parking citations in the city during a 7-day period. Last week, we also issued over 600 street sweeping tickets. So we have a lot of snapshots in time when people see particular violations and don't see us. This is what the culture change that the director's talking about. We are not a necessarily instantaneous reactive agency such as the PD or the fire department. So if we do get a complaint or we have a list of hotspots, we try to circulate those around the city on a regular basis. When that happens, yes, there are violations that we miss. But our folks are on the ground every day. Over 1,900 tickets in a week and 600 tickets for street sweeping. One of the logistics of street sweeping that everybody is not aware of is we don't set the schedule, we don't set the routes, DPW does. We are out ahead of DPW and we have to stay ahead of them. And they stay behind us. So we may be through a neighborhood long before the street sweeper has come through. And the vehicles that folks see there may not be there, or they may have moved in behind us after we've gone through. So we do try to be diligent. We do try to have the folks go back through again. We even go to the extent that if the street sweeper has been through a neighborhood and we're going back through a second sweep, we issue written warnings, not necessarily citations. Because we do get to the place saying, well, the sweeper already went by, why am I getting a ticket? Even though the sign says 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. But we internally, we make those types of decisions.
Okay, understood. I mean, I get the challenges and the logistics behind it. It's just,
Oh, and we understand the frustrations too, because we would like to be able to be instantaneous and clear those problems.
and I won't dwell on it, but I have here, I think this is for Director Isola. Where do you get the 700K revenue generation from, that number?
So that's just a back of the envelope calculation we did based on the number of devices we're going to install. So Eric and Mike worked on a back end calculation. Eric can talk a little bit about it, but it's based on, from my understanding, 10 devices. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, right? 10 devices across the city, 10 devices, because these, and then we assume there's X number of violations based on some of the crash data that we looked at, some of the actual violations. We actually went out and, over the last couple of months, we actually put in a camera at Church Street and MLK and Church Street South Frontage to see how many people actually ran red lights and how many crashes happened. And, I would not say take a guess, but there were hundreds of red light violations. Yes. And, we kind of being a little conservative, but it's right now it's very hard to say exactly what that revenue is going to be.
Okay, so just based on an estimate of some of the visuals that you have.
Based on some of the data that we have.
Okay. And just lastly, regarding obviously the Vision Zero positions are through state statute, correct? So those positions are, no choice. We have to do this based on Connecticut state statute.
Some of them, not
Two of them.
all of them.
Two of them.
Oh, okay.
The
I
other
understood
two,
all of them. Which two again?
Yeah, the two that are required by state statute are the technician, the systems technician who, works with the vendor to install, maintain, operate these units, every day. And the other one is the enforcement the adjudicating officer or the enforcement officer here. And that is the person who's going to be reviewing the violations and issuing the citations electronically.
So the traffic safety engineer, the program coordinator are not part of the statute?
They're not required by statute, but it's important to understand that the statute has a lot of requirements in there. It's explicitly spelled out these two positions, the ones that I talked about, but there's a lot of reporting that goes with it. So you have to have regular reporting because based on a lot of the equity related constraints or the requirements that they put, there's a lot of reporting. So this is where the engineer and the admin person will have to work to kind of make sure those reports are created. And also not only sent to the Board of Alders, but also to send to the state at every, at certain intervals. And that's sort of like looking at things daily and trying to make sure that everything's running smoothly, because, you want to make sure that the program is also working efficiently. And
So I'll just cut you off to say that 2 are required and the other 2 they think they'll need for the reasons you've articulated.
Right.
Right.
Is that all their Festa?
Well, the engineering position, now that I know, is not a requirement. Is that in place of the traffic operations engineer that you have zeroed out?
We will double check with staff what you have in your packet, but we didn't zero out any traffic operations engineer.
Okay, because in our packet, the just for your information, traffic operations engineer is at $0, and the traffic enforcement systems technician is at.
Is there a reorg position?
There's no salary in our packet. So if we could get the salary for the traffic enforcement systems technician.
Yeah, through the chair, I'll work with staff.
We'll get that corrected, yeah.
Okay. Okay, good. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Festa. Alder Honda Smith is next, and she will be the last colleague to ask questions of this department because we must move forward. Alder Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very fast. Can you tell me how many traffic enforcement officers that you have?
About 15
Can you tell me how many vehicles that you have?
currently, 4.
So you don't have enough vehicles to fit the office now. You stated that during tag and tow that your officers go before
The sweeper.
the sweepers. And you also stated that they can't get up to the Westville area.
No, what he was saying is sometimes we're drawn in 5 different directions. And our officers may be downtown walking a beat, they have to get in the car. If a car is available, they get in the car and then go out to Westville, or they could be out on Grand Avenue and have to go from Grand to Westville.
Thank you for the correction. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Smith. I'll just leave you with one thought, which is, it's more for a later discussion, which is some number of institutions in our city, major employers, have a number of people working from home. And if we can understand what direction those employers are moving in the future, if they're bringing more of them back, or if they're keeping them off campus or out of the downtown, that will have some impact on the availability of on-street parking, I would think, and garage spaces as well. So that's a conversation I think your department and the parking authority ought to be having with our major employers about how they envision those things going forward. So that's just a suggestion. Further questions? I see none. Thank you all for your presentation. We're going to plow right ahead. I encourage colleagues that if you need to step out for a moment, please do so. We're likely to take a break before the Board of Ed, but I would like to keep plowing through to finish up these EDA departments. So if colleagues need to step out for some reason, by all means do so, but we're going to keep going.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We'll now have the Commission on Equal Opportunities. Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. Everybody want a snack?
Oh, yes.
Okay, here you go.
Now that's quite something. Department head has been candidate. Is that additional paper for us?
Well, I didn't know that, and I didn't.
Okay, so we have it, okay.
I don't know what page it is.
All right.
They come prepared.
So, no, I think if we already have it, we'll just, Mr. Gormley, move it out a little bit closer. So names and addresses for the record, please.
Nicole Jefferson, 373 Hill Street.
Maurice Ramos, utilization monitor, 735 West Main Street, Cheshire.
Thank you very much, please. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at slide 49, it gives the mission and overview of the Commission on Equal Opportunity. As you know, this is one of the oldest city enforcement agencies and one of the most important when it comes to enforcement, especially on section 12 and a half. When it comes to contractors, wages, labor law, just a whole host of issues that the CEO's department monitors. Moving on to slide 50 gives an overview of their budget proposal. The budget proposal for this fiscal year for the Commission on Equal Opportunity is very minimal. It's about $8,246, which is really general wage increases for the general fund staff. There is a portion of the Commission on Equal Opportunity that is also funded through our special funds grant section. So again, it's a minimal increase in the mayor's proposed fiscal year 24-25 budget. I'm just going to move right to slide 52, which is the personnel and non-personnel changes. Again, on the non-personnel section, it's a status quo budget for the Commission on Equal Opportunity. So what I will do is I will turn it over to Ms. Jefferson, starting on, I'm sorry, I didn't finish. Slide 53, which is the license permits and fee section. So this is where I'll turn it over to Ms. Jefferson. She's going to go over, we do have a few changes in license permits and fees when it comes to her office, and she'll give a brief overview of the goals and initiatives that pertain to the mayor's proposed fiscal year 24-25 budget.
Good evening, everyone. I'll be as brief as possible. I only presented a snapshot because the list was actually 2 pages long. We have requested to increase the fines and fees of the contractors who are in violation. Our enforcement team, we catch contractors every day. We give 2 verbal warnings and then 1 citation. They have to have a hearing. And we believe that this particular section, which is in the ordinance already, that it needs to be increased because the ordinance again is, our ordinance, our part since 1964. So we believe that the increase is a valid increase to prevent the contractors from taking advantage, from starting on construction without our knowledge, for our hiring people and not hiring people that they should. They should hire women at 6.9%, residents on most projects at 25%, and minorities at 25%. So we want to make sure that they understand that they have to pay them every week, that they have to not pay them cash, and that they can't go cash their check and then get a kickback for going to the bank for them. That's called the Copeland Act. So we just increase them to make sure that the contractors, and which we oversee, understand the laws and make sure that we're enforcing them through our fine process. So the next page is about the staff and things that what it's done. Again, we pretty much were starting from after COVID as well. In 2021, in my return, we met with 175 contractors. In 2002, it was 311. In 2003, last year, was 681 contractors. And remember, I only have 2 people that meet these contractors face to face before they begin working. So in the last few years, we've met with 1,369 contractors. And when we meet them, as you see the book here, these are the laws in which we govern. And most people don't know that, but we govern all labor law within the city of New Haven. So we go over them very in a simplified form, and we do it face to face, and we let them know what can happen if they violate the law. Over these years that they've been here, which the building permits and LCI has done and Public Works has increased exponentially. Last year, it was $412 million approximately in construction. That's a lot for 1 year, everyone. And then we're only in April, and 99 million plus has been awarded already. So that tells you how many projects LCI is doing, which I forgot to bring that number, how many Public Works, how many ADA, they're all doing construction, all sidewalks and curbs, everything. Did I miss anything? I got it. And the Board of Ed, and the buses, by the way, that too. Okay, so, the next page talks about how many contractors were inspected. Mr. Ramos, we got one other inspector. These two gentlemen, since 2021, have inspected 3,894 contractors. Just this year, it was 754, just the two men in our office. They monitored 136 construction sites across the city. And because we have really been diligent about penalizing contractors for violations and stuff, the citations and things are actually getting better. Contractors don't want to come before the hearing and do all of that. Because what happens is when they do come, and it's a real citation, we freeze all their money for their project. All payments stop until they've resolved it or they paid back with wage restitution to the people that they cheated. So the next page tells you, in 2022, we had 8 folks that were able to get their wages because people were cheating them, contractors were cheating them. And in 2003, it was 12 folks. People were being cheated, $26,326. Those people are very happy that they were able to get their money, so we're happy. On top of all of that, we also do our outreach and try to do soft skills and math skills. And these are just some of the photos of our workshops. We get OSHA cards, OSHA 10s and OSHA 30s. Mr. Ramos is a certified OSHA 510, 500 instructor, and so is Mrs. Muniz. I mean, Mrs. Wilson, she's there now. So they both are, and they give OSHA classes to folks. We also help them with their math skills. I think we're doing math refreshers next week because we did a math test and many of the residents are struggling with the math. The next page shows that our residents are also, we're taking them to get placed in unions and jobs. If you could look from the pictures here, we're hand walking them into the sheet metal union, the laborers union, the plumbers union, what else do we do? Laborers, painters, glazers, electricians, and plumbers. And we do this because we realize that if we're not by their side, they don't get the same type of treatment that they should get. That, you know, people treat people differently when people come with them. So we hand walk them whatever union or whatever job it is. So also in this particular slide, we're building a relationship with Yale. Yale has now put into their PLA agreements, project labor agreements, to add 25% resident. So that's unheard of. That's new. We're so happy that Yale is even thinking about doing something like that. Very pleased. And we're also enforcing all the labor law for economic development for land disposition agreements. The next page, everyone, I love to show this because these are some of our women in this particular group that we're doing, and they're all ages. 2 are sisters, and they are New Haven residents that we are pleased to tell you that they're trying very hard, they're doing very well, and we hope to get 2 in the bricklayers union, 1 in the carpenters union, and 1 wants to be an operating engineer, which is really nice.
Yeah.
The next slide, I think this was like the last week we took them there, and they actually were able to learn about the various trades for tin knocking and for electrical. They also took a test and applications for the plumbing union. And remember, all of these people are low to very low income people. So the goal is, we're mandated, these are Section 3 people. That means that people that are on some of the projects that need to be on the projects, like the LCI projects, are all Section 3. They have to have Section 3 people, 25%. So in LDAs that my Piscatelli's office does, they have to be Section 3 people. So that's why we have these residents getting ready for the contractors to take them. But again, we just don't have them take them, we prepare them properly, because everybody is not a construction person. Everybody thinks they can be a construction person, but they're not. I'm an electrician by trade. Mr. Ramos is a plumber by trade. We know everybody can't stand on their feet 8 hours a day and walk up 15 flights and whatever they have to do. We're also partners with Housing Authority. Of course, we oversee their projects as well. So we also are doing job fairs with the Housing Authority, we've done it with the Q House, and we've done it with these particular people, La Rosa Builders. Yeah. So we're doing a job fair on April 25th. Our residents will get a chance to actually meet these contractors on top of their applications in the building trades for union jobs. So we like union jobs because when you're in a union, you have continued education. That is the key in construction, because we wanted to see people go from apprentices to journey folks. And in the law and ordinance, code of ordinance, every job site has to have 15% apprentices, and 50% has to be first year. So we try to get them in unions, but if some don't go to unions, then we non-union. But the reason why all of this is important, and I'll leave you with this, is for this reason. Imagine if 100 residents were working in construction for 1 year consistently and making the least amount, which is only $15 an hour. Remember, we also oversee the living wage. Our living wage is $19.95 with $1. So I'm telling you $15 an hour plus $11 for their benefit packages. That would be $26 an hour. If they work 40 hours a week, 52 weeks in a year, 100 residents will bring to this city and to their personal income $5.4 million. That's something. For 1 year, you have to think about the impact of single household female women and folks who are low income who get a chance to be part of our economic scheme. So that's the positive benefit. Those people, they buy cars, they pay rent, they go grocery shopping, everything. So 100 people working in our minds changes the economic development around the city for people that are generally left out. They're Section 3 people. So at the end of the presentation, I hope I moved you to some level. Any questions?
We might have to say that it was very sweet.
Yes, yes.
We appreciate your presentation.
You were sweet again more.
See, you make a joke and then suddenly committee members think they can joke. They don't have the floor.
It's late, jokes are good.
I have. Anyway, thank you very much for your presentation. Your department is in charge of an important area of policy for our city and making sure that opportunities are provided for people from these communities that really have been harmed by a legacy of segregation in our country and our community. And so it's a priority for us as a board of alders. I think I could speak for us that we want to see equity and opportunity for people and growth and good futures for people. So thank you for the work that you do. We'll now take questions from committee members. I want to just say to committee members that the hour is getting late, and so it's sometimes harder to be as sharp as you were at the beginning, and it may take you longer to formulate your question. So if you can't, if you don't already have it formulate it before you raise your hand, because if it's a minute and you're still talking, you haven't asked a question, I'm going to cut you off. We need to get to our questions quickly because we have one more department after this and the Board of Ed, so we need to be efficient and make good use of people's times. Who's on the queue? Questions from committee members for the Commission on Equal
I
Opportunities?
have one question, sir.
Alder Hamilton.
Thank you. Ms. Jefferson, thank you very much for your presentation. Do you need any more staff to help you get through all this heavy lifting stuff?
No, right now I'm fine. Because we're building. I don't want to come to you before we're ready. So I believe that right now we're good with the status as we are.
Thank you so much for the hard work. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Alder Hamilton. Further questions from colleagues for the Commission on Equal Opportunities? Further questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation. And have a good evening.
Have a good evening, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for the food.
Yeah, a little bit of something. Good night.
All right, folks, let's keep it tight. It's enough for the chair to thank people. Here we go. Office of Building Inspection and Enforcement. Name and address for the record, please.
Robert Dillon, 325 Mansfield Street, Union County.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Moving right on starting with slide 63, this gives an overview of the mission of the building department and the organizational structure. As you know, this is one of the most important departments in development, especially from a safety standpoint, and they bring in a lot of locally generated revenue through building permits and other fees within their department, which you'll hear within the presentation. Moving on to slide 64, you'll see we are asking for a mayor's proposed budget increase of $213,000, slightly over $213,000. That is primarily personnel, which Mr. Dillon will talk about in a few slides. The next slide gives a breakdown of his overall budget, which a majority is due to personnel. The non-personnel is really related to overtime. The non-personnel is related to overtime, which is due to additional inspections that the inspectors may have to make through bargaining unit and contractual matters. The next slide, slide 66, just gives an outline of the changes within the mayor's proposed budget. The non-personnel changes are status quo for the fiscal year. On the personnel side, again, we are looking at the general wage increases for 3144. I believe Mr. Dillon also has clerical, 84 staff, which also has a 3% increase, along with the executive management confidential director position. There are personnel changes, which I will let Mr. Dillon talk about. We did add in a line item of $200,000 for part-time inspectors. And we did retitle a position of office manager to building programs and fiscal analysis analyst. Just one note, you will see on the technical amendment, during the latter part of this process, while the salary for the building programs and fiscal analysts was added to the budget, it has to be added to the overall bottom line. The budget was balanced actually without that particular salary being counted. So you'll see that on the technical amendment. But what I will turn it over to for a brief second is Mr. Dillon and talk about the additional part-time inspector line.
Thank you for having me. So the part-time inspector is requested, and part-time inspectors, plural, is requested for added enforcement on field inspections. We have a deputy building official, plans reviewer, and that is the main focus. But because of the busyness of the city currently, I think it would be important to add part-time inspectors if possible, to have them out in the field so they can focus on their plan review and what they're supposed to do instead of going out and doing inspections, which is really not the focus. The office manager position, we haven't had an office manager, to my knowledge, in I'm gonna say about 15 months. I have not had one at all in my tenure, my first year. So that's, and I think we retitled the office manager and office manager building program and fiscal analysis, financial analysis person, because it's a multi-department function where that person pivots between the vending side of the department and their program coordinating. We also do DPWs, permitting as well in the office, as well as the balance of the clerking staff. So it's a multifunctional position. It's very important, and it has been funded, but I think that changing this language and funding it properly, I think can make a big difference, and I think we'll get a candidate. Yeah.
So thank you, Mr. Dillon. So moving on to the next slide, slide 67, this gives an overview of the building permit histories that the city has received. In the mayor's proposed budget, we are proposing $15 million, which is the same as fiscal year 24. In doing an analysis with Mr. Dillon and his staff.
The next slide, slide 68, and I do apologize if it came out tiny in your sheet. We are proposing to change 3 license permits and fees. What I will do is I will turn it over to Mr. Dillon to explain those changes.
So I propose an increase in fees for the fine. There are fees that are placed to do the admin administration work when we have a property and we give them a violation letter, whether it be a code violation to the building code or a zoning code violation letter. There is an admin cost to not only delivering the letter certified mail or marshal, and it's an internal cost with the clerk and also myself to release the lien at the end. So there's a workflow that has to happen. And when I took office, we had $100, and I have one staffer that's been there for, I think, about 16 years. And I asked, has his fee ever changed? And she said, no. So I said, I think we have to, 16 years, I think is long enough. So I think 250, but I think we settled at 150 for that. Want to continue? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, and there's another, fee comparison. So the fee comparison, I did a quick look at basically New Haven County, and I went a little farther. So I think we land in the county, I think we're the highest. West Haven is 25 per thousand, there's no comparison. Hartford is $30 per thousand, both residential and commercial. And Bridgeport is 30 per thousand. And the unusual one, I kind of looked through Stanford's records, and they get $25 per thousand on the commercial side. These are building permits. And $13 per thousand on the residential. Or we're 27 on the residential and 35 on the commercial. So we're actually higher than Stanford. It's just the volume of work that we're doing. In upcoming works, to try to prepare for the FY 25. I made some phone calls and looked around. If you over on Edwards Street, the science building, Edwards and Whitney, I'm being told Yale is going to be breaking ground for 2 phases of a $700 million science building on that corner. And that's going to produce a lot of fees, i.e. revenue, to the department as well, not to mention the divinity school on top of the hill. And then there's several other projects that are in the works. Obviously, we've listed some here. Legion Avenue is starting, and we have the Miller Street development over there as well, which we follow. And not to, Connecticut Cat on Dixwell Avenue has been demoed, and we're going to bring that to life. And then, obviously, we're working with Winchester Works, got their permit going, and that's what, and so those are kind of our goals and initiatives. I want to add, just put a little ad lib of my own stuff too. Our department's done today, that's from, so we work off of Municipal, and you can do a data search. So I did one, and then you can have a digit count. So I took the count and I rolled it back to July 1st, 23, and I pinned it to this morning. And we did about 6,800 inspections. So what we're going to wind up for the fiscal year, I don't know, but I can tell you we did 6,800 with the staff we have. And then I hold the violation letters on our K drive, our sheriff's on, and that Ring drive, and that's for all our building violation letters. And we have about 160 we've done to date. And I did the math before I came up here, and I think that's something like, I think it's like 2 every other day. There's 2, so that's kept us quite active. And that's it. Oh, there's another one. Sorry about that. And it's been a pleasure. It's almost been 1 year for me in office, and I love the job. It's great. I like the challenge. And, it's been great.
And I think also one thing that I did notice that was missing from the personnel slide is we did take 2 vacant positions and we changed them to the title that this board approved last year, which gave the building, which was assistant building and plans official, that gave the building department more flexibility within the inspections that they perform within the department. So we did retitle 2 vacancies to add 2 more assistant building and plan officials. So. Just want to note that since it wasn't on the PowerPoint, but we're all set, Mr. Chair. Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen, for that presentation for this very important and busy department. We'll now have questions from committee members for the OBIE, Office of Building Enforcement, Inspection and Enforcement. Alder Festa.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Dillon, for your presentation, your work. And actually, I think this is more for Mr. Gorman. I just want to make sure that on the sheet that we have in our packet, that this is correct as far as salaries, et cetera. So here it says building plans examiner reduced from 87,000 to 0. Are those the positions that you're talking about? I don't know if you have this or not.
I don't have that packet, but yes, building plans examiner, and I believe it may have been an assistant building inspector. Those two were zeroed out and changed to the assistant building and plans official.
And so is the office manager.
So the office manager was retitled to the one that we just mentioned, the program and fiscal.
And that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure because of what was in our packet with the other department. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Further questions from colleagues of this department? I have one, which is, as Mr. Gormley said, that the revenue projection for next year is a status quo. Why did you feel that was appropriate versus making it bigger or making it smaller? I know that some of the fee increases that you're proposing are not for the main things that you're collecting revenue on, but given how much building is happening, how confident do you feel in that projection, I guess?
So what I did was I looked at how we landed. So we're kind of tabling out to 15 million for July 1st for this year. And so in July and August of next year, science is coming in on the corner of Whitney and Edwards. And I've been speaking to them. And so we projected it's going to be between $700 and $800 million, and it's a 0.3%. So that's going to be like $2.4 million in department fees. So that's just like if we average 900,000 every single month, and then we add that in, that should roughly land us around 15 million for the year. And that's kind of where I did the math. Our worst month was February, and I believe it was October, and that's typical. When I say worst months for New Haven, it was $800,000 for the month. But then, in January we killed it with 2.1 million came out of nowhere for a month. And I'm gonna just, because I'm proud of the department and I'm also proud of New Haven. I happened to look at New Haven, Hartford's OBIE budget. They've taken $60 million. So I'm very proud of what we're doing here, and I think economic development has done a lot of good work, and I hope it continues.
Thank you very much for that elaboration on how you came to that figure. Further questions from colleagues? Alder Bunza.
Yes, Mr. Dillon, do you presently use any part-time inspectors?
We have one.
And you anticipate using more as?
I like it to be there, to be available. I believe there's a need for it. I wouldn't abuse it if one, so there's 2 points to it. It's great to have the funding. You gotta find the person, right? That's not always that easy. So I've been in office for almost 12 months, about 2 weeks shy. And I was able to attract 2 candidates that have been excellent. So we've added 2 to the staff, which I'm thrilled. I have one coming in May 2nd, and I got one in October, and I'm thrilled because one's really experienced and one's turned out to be fantastic. Again, just when you come in the office and you're trying to go through a plan review of a science building that's going to come in. We have 30 days to review a permit, and the phones are blowing up, and they want the permit, they want to know where they're at, and we also have to coordinate with all the other departments. And then all of a sudden, I have to go in and say, hey, you got 4 inspections, you got to drop it, and it's like you don't even know where you left off, So we just alleviate a little bit. I'm not asking for it to be permanent. I'm just asking to put it out there. You can lock it in a box for me. That's fine. I won't touch it. If I can get somebody great, if I can't get somebody, I can have the money back.
Thank you, Mr. Dillon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Alder Punzo. Although we know what will happen to that, it gets swept up in the year-end transfer. I'll pay for myself.
Keep it locked in the box.
Okay. So further questions from colleagues of this department? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time this evening. Have a good evening. That concludes the workshops related to the Economic Development Administration and its constituent departments. We are not done yet for the evening. So we're going to take a 5-minute comfort break. And when we come back, we'll hear from the Board of Education. So we are now in recess.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
So that whole thing work chart. I know, it really keeps it my kids are watching.
Next week, we're next Thursday. Start here next Thursday.
Come on, deliberate.
Yeah. Yes, but guess where I was? Upstairs in the soup kitchen. Because, yeah, they were kind of short staffed there. Yeah, so, the past 2 months I go to them every Sunday. Yeah, yeah. No, the summer. Oh, wow. The one on the women's black circle. Yeah, no, here at the church. That was on concert. On Saturday, and it was a four concert. Yeah, you still hard work with it.
That makes sense.
Good evening, everybody. We're going to start in just a minute, so if folks could please take their seats. And if our colleagues from the Board of Ed can get themselves up and heading this way, we will begin
Yes, let's get it done.
in
Hey,
under a minute.
how are you? Yes,
So,
indeed. Oh, my God.
colleagues, please come back. And let us complete this evening's work. Once you're ready. I'm calling this meeting back to order. I would ask people please to take their seats. Our final workshop for the evening is with the New Haven Board of Education. I see Dr. DeGron, our superintendent, and her team. Please come forward. When you have got yourselves settled, we'll ask for your names and addresses for the record. We're gonna keep it together until we adjourn, which we have not yet done.
Yes, sir.
But I can, oh, I see that sweatshirt as well. All right, so is this everybody?
The rest of the team is in the back.
Standing by, ready to assist if needed. Okay, we'll take your names and addresses.
Tiffany Jackson, 93 Wintergreen Avenue, Camden, Connecticut.
Dr. Madam Major, 928 Elm Street, New Haven, Connecticut.
Christine Bourne, 17 Red Orange Road in Middletown.
And I think you have additional for us, is that correct? Is that additional information for us?
I do. We have a copy of the presentation and we have budget books.
Okay, well, thank you. Let's take a moment to distribute those materials.
Cute.
One more.
We thank everybody for their patience. We're just making sure everybody has the paper.
Yes. A couple over there. Thank you.
Okay, so why don't we get started? And if you're referring to a presentation, just let us know what page you're on so we can follow along.
All right, well, good evening, and I hope everybody's still awake from the long night that you've had, but we appreciate coming before you tonight. I want to start by saying that I am not coming to you with a big plan. That was stated earlier. So I'm not coming to you with a big plan. I'm simply trying to fill that long-standing gap that the district has been able to fill most recently with our ESSER dollars. So tonight, what I'm bringing to you is the budget proposal that we have put together, aiming to be very transparent and give you a better understanding of our proposed budget, reflecting the cost of running the district, and also one that aims to direct resources to the classroom. Okay? And Linda Hannant, my Chief of Finance, and Christine Bourne are here, and they'll be supporting me with the presentation today. I also have Tiffany Jackson here,
in the event that there are specific questions related to pupil services. Okay. But before we begin in the presentation, which we will walk you through the key drivers, as well as the way in which we are currently funded, and share expected revenues and expenditures, I want to make sure that we get grounded in what these resources are aiming to do and who they are supporting to serve. So with that, you do have our district at a glance, which I believe is your slide 4, to once again show that all of the resources that we are requesting are to support the 19,000 plus students in 41 school facilities, and that we are extremely proud of the racial, ethnic, cultural, and linguistic diversity of all the children that we served, but also to point out that children have a high level of need based on the population that we serve. So I do want to call out the fact that we are servicing 75% students who are economically disadvantaged, 2.6% who are experiencing homelessness, and almost 38% of our student population requires special programming, with 15.7 of students with disability and 22.1 of our students being multilingual learners. And again, this budget, I continue to strive for just bringing the promise of what public education is, right? Giving them access to things so that we can get them better prepared for the future. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Mrs. Linda Hannons to share a little bit starting on slide 6.
If you could just swing that microphone in her direction, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Okay, so first I'm just going to show you on slide, I think it's number 5. Yeah, they're just showing you our different funding streams. So if you look down the list here, you'll see the different schools, and you'll see the proportion of English language learners are 4,500. And then you'll see where one school is a Commissioners Network school. I think we're going for another one next year. And then you'll see there are Title I schools and where they are. Also, if you look over to the far right, we broke out which is a neighborhood school and which is a magnet school, and how many students were there, and then how many of the suburban students were here. If you look at the bottom, because if anybody asks me later, where the number is 3925, what we did was we said, okay, fine. Any school that had 15% of the population, that's where that number comes from. So if you try to add it up, we just looked at anything that was 15. The next slide talks about our key trends in historical enrollment, and as you can see, in 2017 was our highest, and then after that we started going down, and currently we're at 19,268. Now this is as of October 1. Remember, our enrollment starts October 1. They don't keep changing the number if we get additional kids, so we're always at October 1. The slide here, it just goes up to this fiscal year, and as we move, you'll see different numbers. With New Haven, the ECS, if you notice, historical education cost sharing has always been across the board, so we've always been at 142.5. So any additional funds that we get at ECS has to come out through with the Alliance grant, and it is for new things. The slide here, I'm just showing you change in grant funds. This slide becomes very important this fiscal year because it's I guess everyone's calling it the cliff now, and it's the end of the ESSER funding. Our ESSER funding will stop on September 30, 2024. all the literature I've been reading and receiving, it looks like they are not going to give us an extension to go further. So, at the end of September, it will just cease to exist. They will give us time to pay our bills during they're giving us a liquidation period, but it won't be to add anything new to ESSER. So I wanted to show this slide because as you can see in 21-22 was our highest peak. We were over $200 million in grant funding. And as you can see going down, it's like as we were spending that money. So now at for fiscal year 24-25, we are estimating grants of $97.6 million. So if you look at 2016-17, that's where we're going back to those years. Key changes in grant funds. This is just a continuation of the sheet previously, but I broke out the grants so you can see where the differences are and the projected revenue and how we came up with the 97.6. We are seeing a lot of grants that were maybe 3 years to 4 years or 5 years, and they are now all basically coming to an end. While we still would have our entitlement grants of Title I and Head Start, but you can see if you look at the bottom, the bulk of the grants are coming from ESSER and other funding sources that are they're going now. Jan is just a visual. I know some people like to see visuals, so this basically is a visual of the money that I've been talking about. So where you can see where it says the state and local, state grants, federal grants, and private grants. So this is just the same information, but in a pie chart, so to speak. Now we get to the initial projections in the budget. So last fiscal year, we asked for $207 million. We ended up getting approved at $203 million, which left us with a deficit of $3.8 million. As of this day, we are still chasing that deficit. We're trying to get it down. We're working on a lot of things, but I just wanted to point that out, that we really needed that 3.8, and now it's like, and we're just showing that so far that's what it was, and that's what we're trending thus far. For the 23-24 budget, we're asking for 220, which is a difference of 16%, and basically that grant is another turn the lights on. And it's basically all contractor requirements. There's nothing basically new going into this grant, but a few asks of the superintendent to keep the system going and to keep some of the programs that we have to make sure that things are still working. So the difference there, we're asking for 8.27% increase. What we did here was this chart here on page 12. It just basically is a chart of revenue assumptions. So you can see where education cost sharing has been stable right across the bat. With the ECS Alliance grant, that's where you will see any increase that we get. But I don't want to just mislead you. And with that increase, we already have things in there. So it would be if we had teachers on that grant, then you would have the teacher increases and all of those other things. So while we're saying, okay, fine, you may be getting like a 4%, a $4 million increase, keep in mind that the costs that are this year are going to increase just like everything else. So it won't be that we're getting an additional $4 million because we have things already assigned to that grant. Our local tax is the 64. And then with the interdistrict, if you look at the interdistrict grant, what is happening, over the years, we've been able to support that grant totally. But what's happening now is with the interdistrict, because of the raises and the increases, and just cost of doing business and stuff, now what's happening is that we're seeing a trend where we're getting we're not getting enough to run that program. So, and then our tuition billing, the team has, that was one of my goals when I took the job, and what's been happening is that I charged the team with working on looking at the numbers, looking at other districts to see what the costs are. So we do have some plans for that this year. We have some new strategies to potentially increase our revenue. So that's why you're seeing that, while it's not a big number, it's a start in the right direction. And then I'm going to turn it over to Christine Bourne, who takes all of our conversations and puts all the numbers in the format, and I'm going to let her explain that.
Oh. That's perfect. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. The first column is the funding that we received for this year, and that's the 203,263, and how it's allocated in those departments. The second column, I took all of the contractual requirements, the teachers' raises, the management raises, bus contract, anything that was an actual cost, and I increased that only by the number of the actual cost. I took a 3% decrease, expecting some attrition as people retire. We're able to hire a little bit lower, so trying to be cost conscious that it might not be quite as expensive, so we did reduce it by the 3%. You can see in the last column, there are areas that I could not reduce. The part-time and seasonal staff, that was significantly supported by ESSER, and so now we're going to need the full funding to support those after-school programs, tutoring, and other things that were supported through ESSER. Instructional supplies, we did not increase that at all. That's a flat funding. And then maintenance, property, and custodial, we felt that we could work with those numbers and not increase that. I did add the superintendent's new asks that you'll hear about in the next couple of slides. That was a minimal increase, and we came to the 8.27%, which is on the bottom corner. The next slide just gives you a snapshot to show you that the majority of our funding is for personnel. And when you look at instruction, 12.9% is all that can be attributed to instruction, when all we're doing is adding those contractual increases. We didn't increase instruction, transportation. We got a very good contract, which you all heard of and voted on. And so that was a good thing for this budget. Plant operations, 6.5% with 41 buildings and more. 41 schools and more buildings. That's not a lot when you're looking at this size budget. So we just want to show that we are being very cost conscious and doing only what we require.
So with the 16 that you see that we are coming to you with that request, I just want to be very explicit into where those needs would go into. We've already heard that the mayor has requested 5 million, right, in his proposal. There's an assumption that because I'm asking for 16, right, we have the 5 that he's asking for, and we already heard about the 4 that would come out of Alliance. But what I want to clarify is that 4 cannot be interpreted as, I'll take the 5 and at the 4 and now you have 9, right? Because that 4 in reality, what it's going to do is to continue to support the people that are currently under that grant of Alliance. So to be specific, we're talking about our library media center specialists that are currently under Alliance. We're speaking about our school counselors. They're sitting inside of that grant. I'm talking about all our academic interventionists. So I don't have the luxury like other districts that when they get Alliance, normally you say you get Alliance. Superintendent, think about innovation, creativity, put it in your Alliance. I don't get that luxury because I have to maintain and sustain what's already inside of that, because it's not like I can say, all right, let me move all those folks into general budget. I don't have it. I have to sustain it, right? Those are resources that I need to continue to have inside of our schools. Then the other piece that I need are these small asks that you see inside of this graphic in that slide that I have put in front of you. So for example, I am speaking about a total of a 2.4 ask that would go into these 6 buckets. I do want to take a minute to highlight those. So I'm talking about the investments that I want to continue to build upon that the district has been able to do with the ARPA's dollars that you saw in the previous slides. So in here, I want to continue to invest in high quality teaching and learning by ensuring that we have core academic teachers to support over enrollment. For example, I want to pick on cross. We continue to have the influx of students that come in. Every time they come and they register, right, we welcome them. I have to find seats for them. Cross right now is busting at the seams. I already know that I need to bring in like a core instruction, English, math, science, social studies, to be able to support the influx. Also increasing the IT supports that have to go along with the work that we're doing inside of teaching and learning. Also need to continue to invest on the academic supports. You heard on the added glance that I gave you, right, in terms of the population that we serve. Very needy, come with a lot of needs. I want to continue to bring and build the capacity over teachers to make sure that they continue to be on top of their game. So I need to bring in the instructional coaching supports to continue to build on their capacity, for example, to support the large number of multilingual learners. I also need to continue to invest in the mental health support of our students. We know there's a lot of needs there, so I need to continue to invest, for example, in social workers. I need to ensure that I'm building on those counselors that are very much needed, as well as the school psychologists. We're seeing a lot of needs that the kids are coming with. I also need to continue to invest in the communication supports to ensure that I can enter into true partnerships with our families. Those are areas that I want to continue to invest in. And I want to continue the great work that has happened around college and career. Many of you heard me speak about that back in, I think it was October, when I was meeting with the Chamber of Commerce. I want to make sure that we take advantage of everything that we did with ESSER dollars so that we can deepen and we can expand. Very grateful that we just received some of the grants that the city, right, was putting out. We applied, we know we're getting some of those, but I want to continue to expand again on those career and college pathways. So that is where you see that 455,000 request. And last but not least, I need to continue to create safe learning environments for our students. So there I want to invest in cybersecurity, but also I need to continue to make sure that all of my schools have the school security guards that are needed to support with that work, as well as the tradesmen that I need to take care of our facilities. You've heard me talk to you about the reality that 39 of our 41 schools are in great need. Right now, I'm not even talking about the capital improvements. That I'm going to start discussing later. I'm just talking about increasing little by little. For example, bringing 2 additional HVAC tradesmen to be able to continue to do that work and 1 additional carpenter. Right now, we only have 2 carpenters for an entire district of 41 schools. So those are the small asks that I'm hoping that we can bring about. But again, I want to continue to hone in on that math, right? We talked about the 5 from the mayor, the 4 from the alliance, the 2.4 that are in my little ask here. but also think about, the opportunities in terms of that 5 million is just going to go into the, well-deserved raises that were approved and that you approved for our teaching staff, to be able to hold on to them, to be competitive, with our neighbors. That 5 million is just gonna go there. How do we, do those increases that are in the contract? But also, thinking about, the opportunities in terms of, summer school, right? What goes into summer school. Please know that I am not being frivolous. I'm gonna use the example of summer school and the plan that we just presented to the Board of Education, on Monday. And knowing walking in, when my team told me we spent $4 million last year in summer. And I said, well, guess what? We are not spending $4 million this year in summer, because I have to look at every opportunity where I'm going to be able to save. Because I realize every time I come before you, I am cognizant that we're talking about tax dollars, right? So we're gonna look to save a little bit there. We're not spending the 4 million. That will be less. Seizing opportunities that I'm doing now in terms of right sizing, just so that you know, is where can I combine, right? Where can I bring two classes together and still have that certified teacher, and take that certified teacher and move them to maybe one of the vacancies that we have. So trying to do more, with less. But the reality is that, to run the schools and not be in the space, I'm gonna pick on my former district, my friends up in Hartford, who you've heard in the news, right? Pay slips are going out, because they have had to significantly reduce to kind of close, the needs in their budget. I am right sizing, because I don't want to let go of the people that we have, knowing that we still had many vacancies. I don't want to let go of the people that I have that are committed and dedicated. But if I'm not able to close this need that I have right now, really looking under every rock and to see where are there opportunities, we're gonna have to, eventually we're gonna be there. I just wanna name them. I don't want, there's not enough time right now in terms of, we're talking now, April, right? We only have May, June, before we have to pretty much open up a whole new year. If we're gonna talk about consolidating in terms of schools, in closing schools, those are things that you have heard me say. I know eventually I have to get there. I will get there, but those are things that I need to do with community. I don't want to do those things to community, meaning we cannot think about closing schools in a 2-month span of time. I need a year to plan that out. Things that I'm already thinking about for the future. For now, I'm taking opportunity of right sizing, taking opportunity of the new bus contract. Where can I, look at those bus routes and save some dollars there? Those are all the things that I'm looking at right now to really close this gap. But again, when I'm telling you about that 16 million ask, that's the reality of what I need so that I can have the least impact on schools right now, programming right now, even though I have told folks, let's be real, if we're not able to get there, we have to really think about what does that program look like in terms of after school programming, summer, which we're already doing, so seizing those opportunities. With that, I'm gonna turn it over to Linda. We are almost done. I realize it's getting late and we're gonna be short and sweet and to the point.
So this slide here just talks about the notable cost drivers. And so as you can see, we're just showing you here the cost of personnel the cost of personnel, our out-of-district tuition, and our transportation, and those are the cost drivers that drive the general fund budget. There's nothing else in there because there's never been enough money to add things to that. And then, it just talks about the other salary changes, which, okay, you guys have to prove it, so you know that there were certain contracts that we just had to move, but I won't waste a lot of time on that slide. What we don't know is the grant funding, especially with wrong slide. But anyway, the effect that the decline in enrollment will have on our grants. And then we have costs due to unfunded mandates. I understand there are quite a few unfunded mandates that we have to pick up, I think, in fiscal year 24-25. The increased cost of healthcare and other benefits. As we all know, everything is going up. It's costing us more. And then we also have the increasing cost of special education services and outplacements. We are working on some things to try to reduce some of these costs, but some of these costs are fixed costs, so we know it's just the act of doing business. And then our final, I just want to talk about our ESSER funds and what that has allowed us to do. We've seen some fantastic strides in after-school programs and getting supplies and materials that the schools needed to go forward with. And as I mentioned earlier, our ESSER funds are coming to a sunset on September 30th of this fiscal year. And there are going to be some major things that we would no longer be able to do because, it was 80 million. And so now we're going basically down to zero. And as I said, while they said that we can't, they'll let us pay off bills, they are not letting us extend the program any further. So that's going to be a serious impact on the way we do business within the New Haven public school system. After we get done and we look at all of the increased costs, we are still looking at $8 million. But again, remember, we started off with 3.8 short, and we're still chasing the 3.8 due to a lot of things that just are happening. Like if something happens at a school, we have to make sure that it happens. We have to fix it and stuff. So we're really struggling this year trying to make this deficit, but we have made a commitment that we can reduce it as far as we can. We look at it, we're looking under every rock. And the team is doing an excellent job trying to make sure that if we do have a deficit, that we'll reduce it as much as we possibly can. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Negron for final comments.
So in closing, it would be ideal, right, if our state would finally fund our educational cost sharing formula to its full extent, which would bring in additional millions of dollars. But the reality is that is not the case, right? And in the time being, we were able to reap the benefits of the federal funds that came in through our investor to be able to help to mitigate a lot of the issues. But right now, we know coming into next year, that's not going to be an opportunity that we're going to have. So with that, we will stop and then we will take your questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. We'll now take questions from committee members. The queue is open for colleagues who wish to ask questions. It's a lot to consider, a lot to think about.
Chair.
Alder Punza.
Okay, so you said you need around 16 million?
16.
Okay, you're getting 5.
Mm-hmm.
So 11, right? You need about 11. And those other funds, that 2 million and 4 million, you can't really use the Alliance, because those are already earmarked.
The 4 million that would come from Alliance.
How much, the outplacement cost, how much is the outplacement cost?
Unfortunately, way too much. It's a cost we can't really control. So right now, we know it's over $25 million. It continues to go up every year, even with the same number of kids. I was just in a meeting today. Essentially, you can have the same number of kids over multiple years, but given the increased costs in these out-of-district placements, the cost goes up by millions of dollars. And the other reality is that, I think was in one of the last slides, is that we can't even predict what those out-of-district costs would be, because we are so transient that we get students at any given time of the year. We have kids who've come in even up until now that require that kind of programming. And again, those are at a cost of anywhere between $100,000 to $200,000 for one student.
So it's about 25 million for
About
outplacement. Those are our students serviced somewhere else.
That's correct.
There's no possible way of us serving any of those students within the city?
So we do have programs that we have. Certainly that's opportunities that we'll look at and have looked at before. New Haven Public Schools has had our own programs in district. Quite honestly, very difficult to run, but certainly not something that is off the table. Right now, I think the biggest challenge is really looking at the staffing to even support such programs. Even in these schools that we're talking about, they're struggling with the staffing at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Alder Gonzalez. Questions from colleagues? Alder Furlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Negron, and your staff for very sobering report. With the decline in student attendance, with the vacancy in staff and teachers, with the deterioration of buildings, this is hard to say, but it seems like we're already at the point where schools need to close to make this budget. And I understand the community and people are going to be infuriated even mentioning because of school pride. But I just don't see how this can be sustainable. An additional 16 million on top of where we are in our city this is just a very difficult ask. And what you're implementing, these new proposed items, this is what we need. But maybe we need it on a smaller scale. So what would you say to having to expedite closing schools?
So I would say to first address the first comment is that, right, my understanding, right, and how it is that we have gotten here is that every year, right, we are chasing, we start already in the negative. Because every year, we haven't been able to, we bring forth a proposed budget, it has never been able to be granted, so we're always start every year in the negative. What was good and fortunate, something good that came out of something that was unfortunate, were again those financial resources that came in out of, as a result of the pandemic, right, which was the reality. To give you an example, that things that we know need to happen to ensure kids get a good public education, things as simple as the instructional materials that they need. And the fact that even that couldn't be funded, and it wasn't until ESSER came in that allowed for every classroom across the entire district to receive the resources that they needed with ESSER. That was something that we were able to do because of ESSER. And that now everybody has the materials that they need. Something that we wouldn't even fathom to talk about in a much wealthier district, all right? But it's a reality. So that is one, right? It's not being funded for many, many, many years to even be given a chance. And now we're here. And when you say, do we have to expedite it? I am not saying that I would say as a leader, I'm not gonna do that. I've been telling the team, we're gonna have to get there. We are going to have to get there. But what I'm saying is that that will be so disruptive right now to be able to do that. When we have been pushing to make sure that one, we get our kids re-engaged in coming to schools. that we're doing better as it relates to getting our kids to read, which we know we have to get the kids there so that we have outcomes. So finally starting to build the foundation that's gonna get us there. And if we're saying close X number of schools in a matter of 2 months, I just don't know how then we're gonna have any outcomes that we can speak about and then go through an immense magnitude of a disruption to our students and to our families when we have never done right by them to begin with. So I urge you as a board to really give us the time that we need to be able to do that right and begin to talk about consolidation, work with our communities, and support us with whatever you can support us. And I know that what I'm asking of you is something very challenging because you not only have to think about education, you have to think about everything else. All the other departments to make sure that you're giving all of us residents of the city, right, the things that we don't need, and I understand. But all I'm asking is to have a chance to get this district going in the right direction, which I think that the last 10 months, I am very proud of what we have been able to do. And the promises that we're seeing, again, in terms of student outcomes, because that's what I talk about, right? Yes, adults, but for me, it's about what are we doing for students? How are we giving them a fighting chance? So I hear you, and I'm pleading with you to give us the time that we need to do that, knowing that we have to face it and we have to get there.
I really appreciate your answer. Thank you. And so that you know, our children are first for us also. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Furlow. Next on the queue is Alder Festa, and the queue is open after her. I see Alder Smith after Alder Festa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, we all know there's a cost to education, and we always want the best education for our kids. But with that being said, I'm just gonna, go on what my colleague just discussed. How many empty seats do we have? We at one point, I remember we had full seats. Our schools were full, but with the decline in student enrollment, and we have to remember we did close 2 schools as well. I guess I'm just having a hard time wrapping my head around, there's a decline in students, we closed 2 schools, and we still have this big gap. I get that expenses have gone up, we're all feeling it in our homes, right? And understand too that these same families that, are in these schools also pay taxes, and that 12 million is over 2 additional mills, which brings us to, if you get your ask, it's already going up just under 4 mills. Now we're gonna add 2.5 or close to that mills, bringing us to just less than 7 mills. So we're asking these same families that are already struggling to now pay additional taxes. We have to look at the big picture, and the big picture isn't just, we have to look at the fine lines in a painting to appreciate its beauty, right? So we have to look at all those fine lines. And this cost is high. So that's why I ask, how many empty seats do we have in our schools?
So I want to point out, and that is a great question, and I understand what we are putting in front of you and the ask and how difficult it is, because we're all feeling it, right? Every time we go to the store, we feel it, right? Everything is getting tight. I want to point out that let's not forget that when the pandemic hit, we draw a lot of kids, right? We draw a lot of kids that come in from out of district. When that pandemic hit and we were closed, and we were the last district to reopen. Let's not lose sight of that. We were the last district to reopen. Many of those families couldn't afford to have their kids at home. So many of those families decided, I'm going back to my hometown. And it's been really hard then, once you're back, to get them back, right? We do see the little like uptick this year. So that has also been part of that enrollment, but like you said, we're still not where we used to be years ago. In terms of seats, yes, we closed, right? We closed 2 schools before, and we are still dealing with empty seats, while in other buildings, we have influx. So for example, like at Fairhaven, where I cannot even fit another child, okay? Wilbur-Cross, where again, I can't do another child. That's why I'm doing the right sizing, so I can start balancing out, combining, pulling from the schools that are maxed out to create more opportunities, so I can at least have not so many empty seats in one place and get them more balanced. That is one thing that we are doing right now, right? But that is the reality of the enrollment. I'm always going to be very transparent with you.
But those 2 schools that you mentioned, we've had that challenge for years. It's nothing new and we've done nothing about it. Yet we have schools that have empty seats. So, hey, let's put them all in Wilbur-Cross. Let's put them all in, Fairhaven. That to me makes no sense. Why are we overburdening a school? And I'm not saying this is, because this has been a challenge for years. It's not anything new. And yet another school has empty seats because we have to meet a criteria. Yeah, I know with the magnet schools, we have to meet certain criteria but anyway, I don't want to dwell on it, but it's hard to comprehend, why we keep making the same mistakes. And I'm not, again, this isn't on you, but I just find it hard to understand why we haven't done something about it even in the past. But I won't dwell on it. We have empty seats. I know you're trying to do the right thing. I'm just going to switch gears a little bit, and we knew that ESSER funds were going away. How did the Board of Ed prepare for that?
So I cannot speak for before my arrival, but I can speak for now in the things that I'm trying to do, right? And find opportunities where I can. What things can I move, right, into grants? Where can I save $1 to cut on costs? How can we be more intentional in what we're going after? Those are the things that are happening now. What I will also say, credit to the district before my arrival, is that I think they're also very smart in ensuring that a lot of the investments that went with ESSER were not investments that went into staffing, that were more investments, like I mentioned when I was speaking about the instructional materials, right? The materials that were coming into the classroom, the professional learning that was going into our teachers, that before we were not able to do. So a lot of those investments in ESSER went into those pieces.
Where can we get something that tells us where ESSER funding went? Do you have something?
Yes, that we have, and we can forward to you, because we've had to keep track of all of those.
Mr. Chair,
You
through
would like to request that to the chair?
I am requesting that.
So noted.
Thank you.
We'll do that.
And I just want to say to piggyback.
Make sure you use that microphone, please.
You tell me that every year.
Right, be very consistent.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback on what Dr. Negron said, and when we had the budget meeting last year, I remember Jeanette, older person Jeanette said to me, she said, you're not gonna do like you did with the TIF, are you? And where are those people gonna go? And I think we sat here and we made a promise that that would not happen, that those people would not be placed on general funds. And so what we have been doing, and we started last year, we started looking at vacancies to make sure before we hire that all of those people had a place. And we have actually kept that promise.
And just one other question. We have a facilities management company that who's looking out for our schools? Why are they falling apart and costing us more money down the road? We have, Wexler that had to close their gym, Wilbur Cross that's falling apart. Schools all over the city that I feel like we're not paying attention to like we would our homes. When you see a leak, you fix it so it doesn't get bigger. This is costing us money as well, and that's money that could be going towards our students versus extra funding to fix what started as a leak and now needs a whole new roof.
So
That's an example, by the way.
And I will say that in terms of facilities, right, what I learned upon my arrival and doing homework, it's that the reality is that dollars didn't go into preventative measures of these beautiful buildings that we had at one point. And because it didn't go into preventative maintenance, it's common sense, right, that eventually all of that is going to give. So now it becomes, what can be the strategy around capital improvements to really think about not only renovations, but also what would be our preventative measures going forward. Because if not, we're going to be in the same boat again. What I can tell you is that we're seizing every opportunity, going after every dollar out there in terms of grants, even though we know it's very time consuming, painful to put those things together. But I've been clear with the team, and the team has done it, that every dollar that becomes available, we go after. We just went after the grant money for HVAC, for example, which we should soon hear about, getting 2 out of those 4 that we asked for. So that's the answer that I can give you based on what I have learned from my research coming in.
I appreciate your answer. We all have relationships with the schools in our wards, and when you hear administrators saying we've put in work orders and we've put in multiple work orders for the same thing and it's not being fixed, that's disheartening, because we're doing a disservice to the staff in that school and to the students as well. I will stop there. Thank you. Look, my kids are New Haven Public School kids, and I'm a proud New Haven native, born and raised, and I want to see all our kids get a good education. So yes, it's important, but we as a board have to also look at the fiscal responsibilities of the city as a whole.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I will just emphasize the point that you just made, which is that we as the Finance Committee and the Board of Alders have that responsibility. So we've said it. So questions. Next will be Alder Smith, followed by Alder Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple of questions. You talked about the coaches for the multilingual language learners. Did you ever think about bringing to the budget support for our students, especially those with learning disabilities and social and emotional issues that are impacting the ability to learn and to get an education? Did you think about creating counselors for them also within the budget?
So in the budget ask, as I mentioned, we're talking about support services. So I have asked for, part of that is counselors that I spoke about, because I want to make sure that we have counselors, right, to be able to service all of our kids. In terms of needs that are specific to or students with special education services, where you heard me speak about the fact that I want to put in more school psychologists that often are supporting us with the needs to support even before students enter, right, special education. So a lot about doing things to support even before they get there. And the fact that right now there are resources that year after year we plug in to support our students with disabilities, right? Little by little, it has been added. Where the reason why I mentioned the bilingual instructional coaches, is you're talking about the percentage that you saw when the district only has 2. That's all we have, 2. For the magnitude and the scope of the percentage of the multilingual learners. So if I'm a mainstream classroom teacher, I didn't go to school, right, to know best on how to support multilingual learners. I need the coach helping me and supporting me to be able to do that. I have 2 trying to do best around the 41 schools. If I'm adding a few more, I can at least alleviate that and create more opportunities to build that capacity for all of our teachers, right? Because at the end of the day, that mainstream teacher is responsible for every kid, regardless of how we are, whatever label we're putting on a child, right? Whether it be special education student or whether it be multilingual student. So that was my rationale for saying, like, I need to at least increase from that 2 based on that percentage that I have right now.
Thank you. My next question for you, you stated that you have put 2 classes together with 1 teacher.
The plan right now, I'm literally going through that process right now of right sizing. So what we did is we took advantage of this process of going through the budget to be very clear about what the needs are, right? So that we're not like cushioning anything. We looked at every single classroom facing position that was showing up in the system. And listen, I've been a school teacher, you've been a school principal. We're very protective, we're like, oh, I'm gonna hide this here, hide that there. That's just a reality, right? We went FTE by FTE by FTE to match. And then taking opportunity of my walks at the beginning of the year and seeing like, yikes, you have 27 kids. You only have 8. There are opportunities that I found where I can take that 8, take the 11, I'm still at 18, right? But now I say 1 teacher that I can put somewhere else, right? And that way not have to add by bringing in another teacher, right? That adds up. So those are the opportunities that I'm going through that process right now. We found 36 opportunities by just going through that process.
Oh, that was my next question. Of putting these classes together and giving them a large amount. I know in my schools, there's like 24 into a class. Some of the kids may have different behavior problems where it becomes hard for the teacher to teach and to control the class without having help. There's no paraprofessionals or anything that's in there. Is there any chance that you'll be able to put pairs with these teachers that have these large amount of classrooms?
I'm going to be very honest with you. I'm sticking inside of the contract and knowing that across the district, I have multiple teachers right now that are at their max and working inside of their max. And that is why I'm going more the route of in a school ensuring that I have the social workers that are needed, right? To be able to support those mental health supports that I spoke about. So going that avenue so that there's supports in a building to assist, right, all the teachers, all the kids inside of that facility. But in terms of the paraprofessionals that now are now limited, right, to just 1 classroom, this way I feel like I can kind of maximize on the resource. So I am not looking to cut any of the paraprofessionals that we have now, because I am so grateful for them and so needed. But in this budget, full transparency, there's no like additional pairs. What I'm building is the social workers, the counselors, and the school psychologists.
Granted, I understand that, but it puts a strain on the students that really want to learn and those that are being very disruptive in the classrooms. And the teachers can't teach their lessons because of the strain that goes on without the help. My next question, I have to agree with my colleague in the 27th ward. of what he said at first. My question to you, do you ever think you will bring neighborhood schools that, because you mentioned that if you had to go back through transportation and look at that to make some type of changes in that, that you would you think some of those changes would be bringing back the neighborhood schools where kids can walk to school and you wouldn't have to worry about so many buses on the road? Just put the buses where they're actually needed?
I think I have to look at everything. Right now, we're building a 5-year strategic operating plan. Part of that is looking at sustainability for the future. So everything I think has to be at the table, including that, right? How can we maybe balance out a little more and find savings wherever there may be savings at the same time that I'm thinking about how else can I bring in some revenue, right, through some innovative programming.
My last question would be with you. I know you talked about the ESSER dollars and that you were basically budgeting on that. And you talking about thinking about the future. Is there any way possible that now you can think about the future of how you spend these grant dollars and figure out what's going to be a long-lasting portion and how you can utilize them within that time instead of having to come back to the board and asking for more money to sustain these positions, it's just to sustain the programs where you've already budgeted out and knowing where you can go with these different dollars?
I think that's where the opportunity of this strategic operating plan lies, that is so inclusive, right, all the voices of the community, that I think that's gonna serve as the roadmap to then, for me to say, based on these priorities that we're naming, let's look at everything that we have, and there has to be a true match, right, on what we're saying it is that we want for our kids and what we want to be able to provide. So again, I think everything is on the table. It's looking and assessing. I've even begun to look at things like, what is the impact of this resource, right? We have this resource, but what is the impact of this resource as it relates to student outcomes? And those are gonna have to be decisions that I have to make along with the team, and those decisions are hard, right? Because change is difficult for everyone. But at the end of the day, it cannot continue to be status quo, because I get it, right? You have to look at the entire scope and magnitude, and at the end of the day, we're talking about the taxpayers' dollar. And yeah, maybe these were things that were nice to have, right? And that we were able to do, but that's no longer the reality, because the dollars are just not there.
Last question. Mr. Judge, should this trigger something? My colleague from the 21st Ward had mentioned in an earlier segment, if there was one thing that you can save if you couldn't get what you're asking for, and you mentioned about saving taxpayers' dollars. So if there's one thing out of this whole ask that you couldn't get, is there one thing that you want to save the taxpayer dollars?
So that's what I had done, and I've been preparing, doing my little math, right? What if I get this? What if I don't get that? So the reality is, as I share, right, I already know that if that 5 million comes in, that's just gonna go into supporting those increases that were approved in all of the contracts, so I have no opportunity there. We already spoke about the 4 million in the alliance. What will happen would be that maybe those asks that I put in that 2.4, I'm gonna have to go back. I'm not gonna be able to then do anything of that I mentioned instead of my 2.4. I'm gonna have to look at the amount of dollars that go into all of this great opportunities for kids in terms of after-school programming, because the dollars are just not gonna be there. So I'm gonna have to start cutting there. I'm gonna start cutting on, bus routes, as you heard me mention. I'm already going in already with the summer. And if that continues, I'm gonna then have to really start talking about staffing, which I don't want to do because right now we are tight as it is. But again, I've been thinking, right, because I knew I'm asking for something that I might not get because you might want to give it, but you just can't. I understand that. So that's the way that I've been trying to grapple, right, with what would I do next?
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Alder Smith. And the next on the queue is Alder Morrison. Let me just say that it's 10:52, so I have a goal of wrapping up somewhere close to 11 o'clock. So this is last call for colleagues who would like to get on the queue after Alder Morrison. Last call, Alder Punzo for a second time. Okay, so we will cut the queue after you, Alder Punzo, Alder Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I know you were in shock when my colleague from the 27th Ward said basically, looks like we're gonna probably need to cut schools. And one of the things that triggered me, you said, but give us a year, right? So for me, my question becomes, what do you propose? What kind of measurable outcomes are you proposing? Within, say you got everything you asked for, right? Give you a little extra 17, and you got that. What do you expect? What kind of measurable outcomes do you expect within that year that's going to help to support this, ongoing increase? Because believe me, today you're saying 16, 17. Next year you'll be saying 18, 20, and it just continues to go up. So what would that year do that you're asking for, where my colleague talked about, look, looks like we're gonna have to close schools, and you're like, well, to do it in 2 months would be disruptive, but what is it? What is it about the year that's gonna help? Because I know that you're new into this position, like you said, you're asking for everything that you should ask, but you already know that it has to be spread across the entire city. So what kind of measurable outcomes are you looking to obtain and to be able to sustain the increase that we're constantly seeing?
That's a great question, and again, I'm going to give you the answer of the strategic operating plan. That we are saying there are 4 priority areas right now that we are building, and all of those have very concrete measures of success in terms of student outcomes, right? I'm a fan of, I want to give you the data. That's why I track like crazy myself, things like, what does attendance look like? How is chronic absenteeism trending? How is our mid-year assessments going in terms of literacy? Those are the outcomes I want to be able to say, hey, here's a strategy, and I can show you, here's the investment, here are the outcomes. I want to be able to do that type of match. Number of dollars investment, here were the returns on those investments. That is the way that I would like to operate in the types of outcomes that I would like to give you.
So are you basically saying in giving another year would provide you with the opportunity to show us these outcomes, but there is no real, in a sense, financial plan outside of us and the other dollars that you get to be able to sustain? Because the reality is everything is going up, right? And when you talk about under Ms. Jackson's camp, that in itself is probably 3/4 of your budget, because to outplace students in special education and all those different things. I'm just trying to wrap my head around what bang are we gonna get for that buck? Because that buck is gonna continue to increase, and the reality is the attendance has, or number of students has significantly decreased. And the reality is it costs a lot to run all these buildings. I'm not saying I want you to close schools, because as soon as you come to mine, I'm like, what's the problem? 1%. You know what I mean? So, you know, we all hold our schools close to our chest, but at the same time, sitting here as board members, we know the money is just not there. And to sustain that becomes the biggest problem.
But Alderman Morrison, that is why I agree 100% with you. And I agree 100% with Alder Festa. I agree 100% with Alder Furlow. We are going to have to consolidate our schools, right? There's no way that we are going to be able to sustain 41 of our buildings when we already know many of them are at the end of their lifetime. It's just a reality. But I hope that you're hearing that I'm being strategic in terms of phases. So my phase one right now is I'm right-sizing. I am right-sizing, finding those opportunities, the time to work again with communities so we can have a comprehensive plan. Right now, we're building a comprehensive plan around capital, right? How are we gonna get these buildings renovated? Which ones should be the ones that get renovated? Some, it will not be worth renovating, right? That needs to be part of the conversation to then say, in this consolidation, these are the schools that have to be in this packet to say, folks, we gotta close them. What are gonna be the opportunities for the children inside of those communities to say, we're gonna close them, but we're gonna do right by you, right? Maybe there's some strategies that I can use in terms of the lottery. Knowing that you're gonna be closed, guess what? You get X, Y, and Z as it relates to your choice of where you go. All of that requires, right, intentionality, which I'm already there, right? But I know I gotta hit it in stages. And also coming in brand new, I hope that you can see value in saying, as a leader, I need to learn what's happening before I start having all these grandiose ideas that are out of touch with the reality, because I walk in with assumptions that I know exactly what's happening, right? So I had a lot of time to learn. That's what I see in the future. In the future, meaning as early as 25, 26, right? All I'm asking is, I need this 24, 25, as much support as I can get. And what I'm saying is the 5, I don't know how I keep the lights on with the 5. It's all I'm saying. 16 is what I need. It's really what I need. I'm cognizant that you may not, even if you wanted to, you may not be able to do that. Then I already said here in public, I gotta start looking at those things that are gonna be painful, right? But those are things that are gonna happen because I don't know that there's gonna be a money tree that I'm gonna go and be able to tap into.
Thank you for that.
Alder Morrison, thank you very much. We will leave it to Alder Punzo to bring us home.
Yeah, quickly, how many ESSER dollars, how much you have left in ESSER dollars?
For this year, we had, I think, like 42, but we're down, we've already accounted for them, and then plus our summer school, because we only have.
Plus
a
summer
30.
It had to be committed so that we could finish the projects by September 30th.
So that money's already earmarked?
Yes.
The 42 million?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Punzo. I want to thank you for your presentation this evening. I want to thank you for your patience. You were the last group to go, so you had to wait the longest. But more importantly, I thank you for the work that you do every day to provide the support and leadership for our school district, which educates thousands of kids. I'll just say, use my privilege as chair to say that I have a special place in my heart for paraprofessionals. It's what my mother did her entire career, special services, learning disability, kids with behavior disorders, things like that. And I think having very committed and capable supports embedded in the classroom, you can't really mainstream special services kids without having extra resources in the schools. So, and I just think that over time, maybe not this year, having more paras is a really helpful thing for a school to have. That's just a thought to share with you, but we thank you again for your presence and for your commitment, and you're dismissed.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go to bed. You too. It's a long night for you all.
Now, colleagues, you're not yet dismissed because
Oh.
I'm going to say a couple of things before we go. But thank you, guys. You may leave now. Get some rest because you have a busy day tomorrow, I'm sure, dealing with our kids. So, colleagues, our next meeting is a week from today. We have our third and final public hearing on the budget. We also have Community Services Administration, Special Services Districts. So it's not a large agenda in terms of workshops, but I do expect that we'll have people here to testify. We've had 100 people, the first two public hearings in the audience, at least 25 or 30 people testifying. So we'll just be ready to hear from our residents a week from tonight. After that meeting, we'll have a bit of a breather until we enter into deliberations. Our monthly meeting will be the second Monday of May, and deliberations will be shortly after that. So having said all that, a motion to adjourn is now appropriate.
So moved. Second.
Motion's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion to adjourn? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The motion carries.